right, I'd like to call to order this fourth day of budget hearings of the City of Bloomington. The schedule initially had my colleague, Councilmember Volan, as the chair this evening, but he is still going to join us remotely and is unable to be here in person, so I'm filling in. And this evening we have on our agenda the Department of Planning and Transportation, then the Department of Engineering, and then the Department of Public Works with its many divisions: administration, animal control, facilities, fleet maintenance, parking services, sanitation, and the street division. So let's go ahead and get things started with Mr. Scott Robinson, Director of Planning and Transportation. Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. There, we should call the roll. Yes, my apologies. Chief Deputy Clerk McDowell, please go ahead.
Councilmember Volan.
Here.
I see he is on Zoom. I'll come back. Sims.
Here.
Skimblary.
Here.
Sandberg.
Here.
Rollo.
Here.
Flaherty.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Piedmont Smith.
Here.
And Volan.
Can you hear me? I'm here. Hello?
Seems like he is trying to talk.
I will note that he is on Zoom and present.
I can hear him.
Very good. And we have a council member joining us right now. Do you want to call her name?
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Here. Very good. All right. Now, Mr. Robinson, please go ahead.
Good evening. Madam Chair, thank you for having me this evening. Respective council members, I'd like to present my 2023 budget for the Department of Planning and Transportation. My name is Scott Robinson. Tonight, my presentation is going to cover a little bit of background about our department. I'll give a snapshot on our 2022 status of some of our budget goals. And similarly, I'll look forward to our 2023 budget and then wrap up with overall highlights of our proposal. So why we exist? The Planning and Transportation Department plans for the future growth. The mobility needs of our progressive, sustainable, and forward-thinking community. We're comprised of 16 full-time staff, proposed with an additional half-time position. The department is organized into 3 divisions: Planning Services, Development Services, and the Bloomington-Monroe County Metropolitan Planning Organization. We provide staff support to 11 boards and commissions. Staff has the technical expertise to help inform the public and also educate our board and commission members in their decision-making process. 2022 budget highlights for the Planning Services Division is responsible for developing, implementing, and evaluating plans, which includes and involves public engagement. The 2020, or the transportation plan and how we implement that and evaluate it involves looking at the implementation of our neighborhood greenways as well as neighborhood traffic calming projects. The team also evaluates the Unified Development Ordinance, or UDO. We are currently looking at national best practices established by the American Planning Association and ways to improve the UDO in regarding equity and inclusion. The division also makes sure Bloomington's plans are current, they are forward-thinking, and they are responsive to the needs of all Bloomington residents. The Development Services Division is responsible for administering the Unified Development Ordinance. This includes approval processes for new developments, issuing permits, and ensuring land development activities are consistent with UDO standards. We all understand that new development activity draws a lot of attention. It's important to provide access and information about development activities, like the atlas on 17th here shown in this photo. This information also includes detailed meeting packets, online meeting tools, as a means to help our community provide access to this sort of information. The team continues to monitor site compliance and enforces UDO standards and approvals. Sharing this type of information on development activity enables us all to help monitor and benchmark activity that help us can track our progress, such as progress towards increasing the availability of affordable housing. Up until since 2016, we have approved 1,125 affordable units. That doesn't necessarily mean they are all online, but that many units have been improved since 2016. The third division is the Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO. It is responsible to administer federal and state transportation funds. One can think of the MPO as a granting agency. It is essential that the MPO maintain its good standing status so that the city, the county, Ellettsville, and Indiana University can leverage all of these transportation funds in order to serve the mobility needs of our urbanized area. And lastly, the administration of the department. It's really important to recognize the need for professional and well-trained staff. I have an awesome team. This team needs the tools and skills to do our job. This includes annual education opportunities using various tools and software. One new tool that's been a little bit overdue due to COVID, I'm excited to announce, is on schedule to go live on September 26th. This is known as the Enterprise Permit and Licensing System, or EPL. This will allow 24/7, 365 access to apply for permits, pay for permits, review development activity proposals, and provide an important way to track and monitor our development activity. This is a screenshot of fictional data, just to be clear, of what this software can do in reporting. You can see how the EPL can track and monitor development activity. In this example, there are 2 pie charts on the left and 1 bar graph. These can easily be generated to summarize types of permits, plan approvals, year-over-year activity. This data can be used to track trends and anticipate changes needed in the day-to-day workflows or even the UDO. For example, if there are workflows that are taking too long or an increase in a particular request or variance, that might identify trends where we might need to look at the UDO or improve workflow efficiencies. Currently, we have to do this through tracking in Excel spreadsheets, looking at emails, paper trails, and all sorts of stuff. So I'm very excited that this is finally coming to fruition. Looking forward to 2023, Planning Services Division will soon kick off the College Avenue and Walnut Street corridor study. The study will include looking at the corridor between the bypass and Hillside Drive. It would also consider ways to improve our mobility and also consider future expansion of bus rapid transit services. There's also, we have to recognize the urgent need for workforce and affordable housing. The Planning Services team will evaluate city-owned property for the redevelopment opportunities that will include workforce and affordable housing. This is a strategy to help augment the availability of privately held land for redevelopment. The Development Services Division is charged with keeping the UDO up to date with frequent code updates. The next update may include Bloomington's newest neighborhood, Hopewell. We are exploring ways to work with you, council members, to amend the UDO that will guide redevelopment this area through an overlay zone. Pictured on the screen, you'll see Osage Place. This is another new neighborhood in Bloomington where local partnerships together with UDO standards were able to implement this affordable neighborhood. Looking at our recent history and track of approvals, we are setting a goal to approve 180 affordable units per year. This is yet another way that we're using data to analyze and track and monitor the types of development activity that's happening in our community, ensuring that we're meeting the goals established in the comprehensive plan. The Metropolitan Planning Organization. Again, it's very important that it maintains its good standing so federal and state transportation funding is available for the urbanized area. There's a few important things I'd like to keep in mind. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will increase funding. We expect an increase in traditional funding programs. This year, there was an additional $984,000 available that was shared between the City of Bloomington and Monroe County. New programs like Safe Streets and Roads for All, or SS4A, will require updates to local plans like our transportation plan to include safety plans in order for communities to be eligible for this new funding opportunity. The MPO is also in the process that will need to update its travel demand model in order to keep its good standing. The city's 2023 budget will support the city's effort to update the transportation plan so that we can be eligible for future SS for All, Safe Streets and Roads for All funding, as well as contributing to the update of the travel demand model. Again, I'm going to refocus on it's essential that our team have the tools, the skills, and the resources in order to do our jobs, in order to meet the expectations of our community. Without these, it will hinder our ability to deliver. To summarize and conclude for 2023, you can see categories 1, 2, and 3 from all our funds that represent from the general fund and represent an overall increase of 12% from last year or this year. This table provides a year-over-year highlight. I'd like to highlight between 2020 and 2021 is when the engineering department became its standalone department, so you'll see a significant change in the numbers in that year from year over year. Again, it just represents the overall increases in each category. This table here is another way to summarize the funding, but you can see how the funding from my department is coming from the general fund. And to close, in conclusion, with our 2023 budget goals, through sustainability and climate action, we're looking at the College and Walnut corridor study to improve mobility options, leverage funds through Safe Streets and Roads for All, diversity, equity, inclusion, looking to evaluate the UDO to ensure that we are reaching our 180 units of approved affordable housing units per year. And again, going back to our tools of the EPL, the Enterprise Permitting and Licensing System, so there is a 24/7, 365 access to all the information our department is dealing with development activity. And finally, our commitment to provide technical support to our 11 boards and commissions. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Now I will turn to my colleague, Councilmember Flaherty, for a comment about possible perceived conflict of interest.
Thank you, Chair Piedmont Smith. Yes, before I move to questions, I want to take the opportunity with this department's budget in particular to make a statement. So as some of you may know, my wife serves as the Assistant Director for Planning and Transportation Department. And beginning with these budget hearings and over the course of the next few months, the Council will consider legislation relating to the city budget for 2023. By voting on the budget, I would be voting in part on funds for a departmental budget that would include the salary for my spouse. There is a provision in Bloomington Municipal Code that applies when a council member is required to take action on a matter where he has a direct financial interest, which is more than minimal or different than that shared by the general public. In that event, the council member must explain the potential conflict and either ask that he be excused from voting, deliberating, or taking action on the matter, or state why he is able to participate fairly, objectively, and in the public interest despite the potential conflict. In this case, I wish to declare that potential conflict and additionally state that, first, the salary for my spouse is part of a larger departmental budget and aligns with city policies and practices that apply to non-union city employees, as has been explained by the Human Resources Department Director in the course of these departmental budget hearings. Second, because of the size and significance of the overall budget, I believe I have a duty to participate in order to effectively represent the constituents of the city. And third, that in doing so, I intend to carry out those duties fairly, objectively, and in the public interest, and believe I'm able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty. Let us now go to questions for Mr. Robinson on the proposed budget for planning and transportation. Do colleagues have questions at this time? Councilmember Rollo.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. This might also involve our city controller. I wondered what we have in our alternative transportation fund, what revenues do we accrue in this year's budget to the alternative transportation fund?
Councilmember Rallo, that's currently not within the purview of the Planning and Transportation Department. That might be a question best left for the Engineering Department. Again, highlighted in my summary, when 2020 and 2021 is when the Engineering Department was established on their own, and that fund is now administered through that department.
Do you use resources at your department from the alternative transportation fund?
No, we do not.
You do not?
Staff provides support and coordinates with Engineering Department on those projects.
Okay,
So it's human capital that we are
gotcha.
supporting that effort.
All right, so I'll ask a bit later to Director Seaborg. My next question is, do we have an architect on staff?
We do not.
It's a perpetual, I think, observation among the public and I think members of the council that the buildings many of the buildings that are being built lack architectural quality. And I happen to agree with that assessment. It seems to me that an architect would be helpful to have on your staff. Could you reflect on that?
Yeah, Councilmember Rallo, thanks for the questions. I'd be happy to reflect on that. In 2017, we retained services from Schneider and Associates out of Indianapolis. Part of their involvement was to do architectural review. If you recall, this is under the old Unified Development Ordinance where the Plan Commission had the ability to waive standards in the downtown. Because of that, the third-party review is very helpful. Fast forward to our new UDO, developers are no longer able to waive architectural standards like they were in the past. And since then, we have not used or found the need to utilize their services because you either meet the code or you don't meet the code. We still have have them on retainer, and we can certainly ask them to provide that additional guidance if needed.
So if you agree, what's at fault here? The code? We have to amend the code? Why do other communities happen to have much higher quality in terms of architectural features of their buildings?
Well, I think you're first of all asking me an opinion on architectural design, which I will not share my personal opinion on when I think of various buildings, whatever era we're speaking about. But I will say that if there was a process to require architectural review by a professional architect, that would require a change to the Unified Development Ordinance.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it affirms that we need an architect. So my time's expired.
May I just quickly ask for a clarification, Mr. Robinson? Wasn't it Schmidt and Associates, or was it? Yeah, okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith. I get those two mixed up constantly, so.
All right, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Robinson, and for you and your department's work. I wanted to follow up in the same vein, actually. I think there's a certain appeal to my colleague's argument or support for architectural standards, so to speak, but having done quite a lot of reading of the literature on affordable housing, I also have seen that it's supposed by most experts in this space that adding length and arbitrariness to processes has the effect of limiting housing developments, limiting housing supply, which also has a direct effect on affordability, as well as just undermining affordability generally. So I worry with things like that when you introduce arbitrariness and length to a process, that it introduces problems for other goals of ours related to affordability and clarity of guidelines. Is there could you speak at all to the either departmental or mayor's administration, policy perspective on that question? I feel like the UDO update was meant to eliminate arbitrariness to the extent possible, so we don't have, negotiations essentially over each building, haggling for, X or Y or Z, but instead create clear guides and standards. And I guess the second part of that question, so first, is there a policy view on that kind of trade-off dichotomy? But second is, are there other tools that might be code-based rather than architectural review-based to get at some of the concerns that Councilmember Rallo and others have shared on that front?
Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty, for your question. Part one, when we entered into the update process, it was very clear from the beginning that one of the main intents was to eliminate some of the unclear, subjective decision-making that was happening either at the Plan Commission or sometimes as it goes through the process because the UDO allowed that. Now, some might see that as a beneficial way to, get what the community wants. It puts staff in a difficult position in order to interpret code. When the code is very clear, it's either you meet code or you don't. It also provides clarity on our boards and commissions and the decisions they make. So I think that what the UDO is doing now is achieving that, and my recommendation would be is if the architectural standards don't meet what the community needs, let's change the standards and not the process. And now I lost my train of thought on your second question. Can you please repeat that for me?
Essentially, what would those, so that kind of answered it, but changes in standards that address it instead of a change in process, what types of changes in standards would be available to us? Could you give an example or two?
Well, if you look at the downtown character overlay, those all have materials, proportions of windows, types of glass and types of materials that are used, pitches of roofs, all sorts of these architectural standards are used. Some neighborhoods also has conservation districts, which have their own kind of architectural standards to adhere by. So I believe that we have a pretty good basis to build upon if there's concerns about the architecture is not meeting certain expectations. I do raise caution that, again, with some goals of affordability and access, sometimes that level of design might require more expensive materials or more time. So that's a trade-off that we certainly have to consider.
Thank you.
Other council member questions at this time? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. I just wanted to see if we could clarify with the mayor's opening remarks. I thought that he said we would be looking at the 3 city surface lots and deciding on one to turn into affordable housing. And I didn't write down exactly what your slide said, but I thought it was more general than that. So I wanted to see if we are in fact doing one surface lot or if it's a broader goal right now.
So yeah, our intent is to look at a city-owned lot in the downtown area because it's in close proximity to the employment, services, and access to other things in the community. And most of the property the city owns in the downtown would be a surface parking lot. So that's one area that we are looking at as a possibility to provide more redevelopment opportunity at looking at that site, at one of those sites.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll continue just with a totally different question. You all manage 11 boards and commissions. That number sounds like a lot to me. And so I know we've talked a little bit about combining some of those. And I guess just wanted to hear your thoughts on like the use of staff time and if you think it would be more productive or efficient to combine a few of those boards and commissions.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Rosenbarger. We do manage a lot. I know there's other departments that have kind of a heavy load on both regulatory and advisory boards and commissions. There was the study by Novak that did identify that some of our advisory boards in particular do kind of overlap with one another, and I do think there's opportunities to combine some of those. It does take a considerable amount of time and energy from staff to provide that staff support. We want to be sure we're providing quality staff report or staff support to those boards and commissions. And sometimes it can be challenging with the open door notices, the hybrid meetings, getting the meeting minutes out. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that I think most members of the community really don't appreciate that goes into that. So that would certainly be a benefit on kind of being more resourceful in our staff time to provide the same support to multiple boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask my questions next because this is a good segue. So, Mr. Robinson, in your memo, you talk about creating a transportation commission that would kind of combine some existing commissions, or at least that's the inference that I made. Has that been decided which commissions will be combined, or is that something that you're going to study in the coming months?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith, thanks for the question. Staff has talked about our three transportation-focused commissions. That would be the Parking Commission, the Bicycle Pedestrian Safety Commission, and the Traffic Commission. All three of those are advisory. They all, sometimes staff has them review similar requests. Sometimes they review requests that are not, they don't see. So there's certainly overlap between the three where we believe that they all directly relate to transportation in one way or another. And so it does make sense that a larger transportation commission with perhaps subcommittee focus would be a better way to approach that rather than three separate boards and commissions.
And would that decision involve City Council in talking about how that goes forward?
Absolutely. We'd have to work with council on how you would want to envision that. We'd also would like to work with our board and commission members. I think being respectful of appointments to boards and commissions, I've been here at the city since 2002 and have staffed almost every one of those boards and commissions, and everyone has a different persona. And we have frequent turnover of some seats, and we have longtime veterans. And so I think hearing from them on what they would envision as a way to fulfill what they thought they were getting involved with would be a very helpful endeavor. And that's something that staff is starting the early process to have those boards and commissions think about that.
Great, thank you. Let me see, I had another question, so I still have a little time here. Gotta find it. So in Category 1 personnel, you had mentioned that there's a new half-time position that you're asking for. Can you tell us what that is and why it's needed?
Yes, it's a zoning planner. So currently the development services team has a senior zoning planner, zoning and long range, which spends part-time in long range or development services and planning services, and then a zoning planner and GIS specialist. So Jackie Scanlon is the development services manager. She spends a tremendous amount of her time doing less of her job and some of the job to backfill the demands that we are seeing on permits, caseloads, approvals, inquiries, and enforcement. And so this position would help provide much needed support. I think if you look at the year-over-year volume of permits that are coming through our department, it's a strong and steady flow of permits. Our development cases are mostly redevelopment, which are complicated. This group, you yourselves are involved in one and looking at an alley vacation. So there's many cases that take a tremendous amount of staff time, and so this position is desperately needed.
Thank you. Other council member questions? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Robinson. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the work you and your staff do. Somebody just asked me a question the other day, and I thought this would probably be a good time to ask it, does the Beeline Trail, does that come under the purview of planning and transportation? And how does that work? Or do I misunderstand part of that?
Yeah, Councilmember Smith, I'll try to unbundle that question because it's a complicated question. So I'll start it from the beginning that what the Planning Services Division will do is they plan for the future and how we want to grow, and the transportation plan would identify facilities like the Beeline Trail to implement and build. Once we secure the funding and identify the routes, work with the community on those sorts of improvements, it kind of jumps into the engineering department where they start doing designs. We work with them on community engagement and build those facilities. Once they're done with it, depending on what the facility is, it's either turned over to Public Works, like a street or a sidewalk, for them to maintain, or in this case, Parks generally maintains the Beeline Trail, and so they're ultimately responsible for the ongoing maintenance of that facility. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Hi, okay. I don't have this very well formed here, but I wanted to talk about safety and crashes and really like what's in the budget for 2023. I mean, it can be in very broad terms of like how we're trying to decrease our crashes over the years. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about, I'm just looking at the 2015 to 2019 crash report. I mean, it looks like crashes are going down over the years, but this stops at 2019, right? So are we still seeing, do we know of the trends for 20 to 22 or 21 at all yet? And are we still moving that direction?
Councilmember Rosenbarger, I'll have to look at the current data. I believe staff has just completed the 2020 and 21 data, so I don't know the exact numbers on if we're going up or down. I do know nationally the trend has not been positive. I will say historically Bloomington's outperformed national trends in the positive direction on at least fatalities. We've been very fortunate that, in fact, most of them tend to be sporadic and not concentrated in one area. So, but I'd be happy to follow up with you on the specifics of that. I don't want to anticipate one way or the other.
Okay, that would be great. But then just in general, any budget initiatives or, advancements of what we have in the works to continue to make our streets safer for everyone moving about them?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
I'm just wondering what's in the budget this year to really work on making our streets safer for all modes of transportation.
So from our department, we're going to initiate the College and Walnut Corridor Study, and so that the goal of that is to evaluate multimodal transportation and provide options there. I did talk about leveraging anticipated safe roads and streets for all. That's a new federal funding program that came down with the infrastructure. IIJA, I just drew a blank on what that acronym means, and Jobs Act. That's a very large federal funding program. The first call of projects is due here pretty soon. My understanding is once they make those awards, we'll get a good idea of what types of projects are being funded. So I think we're positioned well to initiate an update of our transportation plan, possibly include a safety plan that would make us eligible for that funding. So what that would do with 2023 is position us for a future grant opportunity if we were to pursue that. That wouldn't be through our department, that would be through the engineering department and the MPO, but we would be the first step on that journey to make sure that that funding is available. Does that answer your question?
It is getting there, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Scambaluri, right next to me.
That's fine. Thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in something you said earlier. You mentioned that now that we're a ways into the new UDO, you believe it is doing what it intended to do. It's simplifying, removing ambiguity, and so forth. And I'm wondering if you could comment on that in terms of staff workload. I know that there are projects that get further along. I know there are developers who come with proposals and then decide not to pursue them. Has the UDO helped with staff workload, and particularly around the issue of multiplexes and applications for that kind of development? Could you comment on that?
Thanks, Councilmember Scambolari, for the question.
For that unwieldy question that I just
Yeah, so it's really hard for me to assess, like, if it's the workload has been easier, it's changed, right? We have a new code, so I also would say that the tool that I would hope could answer that question is the ELP system that I'm talking about, where a lot of work that happens day to day is the planning or the development services teams get a lot of inquiries from applicants, wondering the status of the permit. There's a little bit of back and forth between the city and the county, coordination with the release of our permit. In multifamily, it goes through different reviews, through CBU, through Housing and Neighborhood Development, fire. What this system will do is internally, everybody can do their reviews concurrently. What's happening today, it's passed the manila folder around, and once each team is done with it, it goes to the next. So I would see efficiencies improve there, but I don't think the UDO itself is changing the work. So that's a technical innovation to help improve efficiencies. The application process, I think, from developers might be a better way to ask them, is the UDO clear? Are they understanding what type of proposals they're getting into? The UDO planners, we speak a different language, and so sometimes it's hard to interpret that. And again, having additional staff to provide the means to help educate people on what's allowable and not allowable is one way that I think we can measure that progress. And then you also asked something about the duplexes.
Particularly in relationship to plexes, I know that, for example, we just had one, I think,
We've had I think since 2020, since they were legalized, I think we've had a total of 3 or 4 inquiries about them. This is the first one that's actually made it through the approval process. I can double check. I know when Development Services Manager Jackie Scanlon provided a report in the past, she did indicate number of inquiries, but so far 1 since 2020.
right. And you just gave us a little update, so I thank you
Yep.
for that.
We have another one coming. We're a little bit behind schedule, but that's a little look into that. So
No, much appreciated. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions on the planning and transportation budget? Yes, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. I want to thank you and Andrew Seaborg for meeting with some of us about the Hopewell overlay. And my understanding is that's coming to us at a work session coming up soon. Is that September the 9th? Yeah, and it's just kind of a reminder to my colleagues that is an opportunity for everybody to kind of weigh in what some of us have kind of preliminary been working on. But in that overlay, it is kind of hope that we're going to align ourselves with what the working group who have put together the Hopewell Master Plan and Design. Their goals are sustainability, affordability, and they also get into some design aesthetics and some design excellence, that you actually can do affordability and still have good, creative, places you want to live in kind of design. So can you just comment briefly on kind of where we are with that overlay and what your expectations are for working with council on getting that nailed down?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Sandberg, for the question. Yes, we've been in discussions about the overlay, and if you recall, staff brought forward some targeted UDO amendments specifically to Hopewell, and the concerns from council was the desire to create an overlay district. So we were working with you all to pass a resolution to help guide us on that journey. One of the things that I want to avoid is I want to understand what you as an elected body see as the best way to move forward, so that when we bring it to the Plan Commission and bring it back to you, you kind of end up with what you expected. So that's the goal. I did provide a draft outline to Stephen Lucas on that for our discussion next week. And again, I think I want to stress the resolution doesn't need to be specific. Just guide us on which things you want. Do you want to increase something, decrease something? Do you want to add this, remove that? Staff can come up with the technical details and the UDO on that, and that's where we're at today. But thank you for the question.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions before we go to the public? Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, I wondered if you would reflect on something else now. and that is another dissatisfaction that I have is the council opted to surrender the PUD process sometime in the UDO process, and with the hope that there would be adequate code and enough, I don't know, desire on the part of the city and the developers to have a mixture of housing types, have quality housing, and that really hasn't borne out as far as I can see. What do you think about going back to rezoning PUDs?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Rallo. I first of all think that, just a point of clarification, PUDs are still permitted. They're still allowed.
Yeah.
We still have some that are currently existing and awaiting for activity to happen. What changed with the UDO and the PUD process is we increased the criteria for you to be eligible for that. So one of the basic things was the minimum area. You know, the PUDs really have to be genuinely different than one of your base zoning districts. And so when we went through that UDO update process, there were very specific criteria that were included as part of that, which this council amended and approved on those aspirations for people to enter into that. With that said, we don't have a lot of vacant land left, so that's typically where you would see PUD-type developments. The current ones that we have on the books, they would have to amend the PUD and they would have to abide by those rules. So we just haven't seen much of that activity yet, but the PUD is still enabled and available if anybody
Yes,
would like
I know
to.
some, still exist and the criteria are different. I guess I'm talking about specific areas like the Kmart site, which I think was not suboptimal in terms of the result. But with 40 seconds left, I wonder if I had another related question. I can't recall now, but I think we had better success with the PUDs that the council reviewed. It seems that the emphasis mostly, I would say, this is my observation of the administration, is mostly focused on the housing fund and having as a public good rendered money from developers. But I think what is shortchanged then is the quality of the buildings, the variety of the buildings, the structural integrity, the longevity, and so forth. I see my time is up, but I'll leave that as a comment. Thanks.
Councilmember Rallo, is that a question or a comment?
My time's up. It's up to the
Yeah,
discretion of the chair.
Let's leave that as a comment. Thank
Okay.
you. Councilmember Flaherty.
In a similar vein, I'll follow up with a view of maybe the other side of that question, which is in a similar vein of architectural review, a planned unit development process that goes through Plan Commission and the council, necessarily introduces a level of negotiation and sort of arbitrariness to the process. There might be benefits to that, but there are probably downsides as well, and I think that's what's part of what has led us to try to limit their use in the current Unified Development Ordinance. In substitution for that, we have tried to craft incentives that get developers to opt into voluntary sustainability and affordability commitments in exchange for being allowed to increase density or building height. So we're using a clearly defined and uniform incentive structure as opposed to this council negotiation. That, of course, is less arbitrary, but it also may not be as effective. So could you comment to the effectiveness of that process? And specifically, if I'm recalling correctly, I think there have been some changes already to the structure of those incentives, and that the department sort of imagines this as an iterative process to get those tuned to the right balance of not totally hindering housing development, which is much needed, but at the same time trying to get affordability and sustainability where we can. Can you speak to how that process is going, what tweaks have been made, what successes we've seen in folks taking care of those, taking advantage of those incentives?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Flaherty. So in regards to the incentive structure as kind of a straightforward, objective, unnegotiated incentive, I think they're working well. There's certainly rooms for improvement. We've fine-tuned them. Most recently, tried to adjust the floor plate standards, if you remember, because some developments in appropriately zoned areas were doing some larger buildings without leveraging those incentives. So we restructured that framework that if they were going to do some of these larger buildings, they would need to use the incentives. So we're seeing some more success with that is in a specific example. And again, kind of going back to how we track the types of approvals and what's going, that's a way that staff is committed to bringing these changes forward to make sure that we're staying on top of meeting the goals and trends that we need to, that we desire. I will say that the desire to have PUDs and negotiate is not unique to Bloomington. When our consultant was here, many communities have PUDs, and it was a very popular trend, and it's something of a desire to have that ability to negotiate. And it's really not a best planning practice to have literally every project come through entering into a negotiated PUD process. You know, what we have now is a very, my opinion, I believe, is a very well-defined, organized document that outlines expectations of development standards, which districts they are, and if we need to adjust and change them, then we have that ability.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of other questions, just briefly. Do the safety studies that Councilmember Rosenbarger referred to, do those include scooter crashes and safety of scooter users and people they interact with?
Councilmember Piedmont-Smith, the MPO generates a county-wide annual crash report. It's fairly high level, but we do have the ability to pull out specific crashes. So the problem was sometimes with pedestrian, scooter, non-motorized crashes is sometimes they go unreported, and we will not be able to capture those incidents. What's in the system is something that gets reported to law enforcement. So that's our ability to be able to track that level of crashes. I will say that in my conversations with MPO staff, the last 2 years of data, again, was kind of over the pandemic years. There were 11 scooter-related crashes per year, but when you look at the overall total in the whole county, I want to believe it's in the neighborhood of 4,000 to 5,000. So it's a pretty minor number of scooter crashes, but there are pedestrian and bicycle crashes that we can also query and pull from that report.
Did you say there were 11 scooter-related crashes in 2 years?
Each year.
Each year, reported
Yeah.
crashes, okay. My other question is, do you have any Ask Me employees in your department?
We do not, and all of our employees are non-union.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions before we go to the public? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I will just piggyback on Councilmember Piedmont-Smith's question. It's just more about data. Just thinking about the new software you're proposing or you're getting, will that help us be able to look at types of crashes more clearly so that we can see what type of vehicle is involved in everything reported?
Councilmember Rosenbarger, thanks for the question. I think the MPO has been doing this crash reporting for years, and the idea has been for the urbanized area, the city, the county, Ellettsville, to use that data to target improvements based on, crashes. Some of the challenges are, again, I think it's kind of a mixed bag, is when you get into the severe crashes, there aren't too many that are concentrated on city or county streets, many of them on our state highways, so we have to work with NDOT on those. The follow-up to that report is kind of going back into the updating our transportation plan including a safety plan that could leverage funding through that Safe Streets and Roads for All that would help us maybe capture a broader brush rather than looking at the crash-specific data.
Thanks, and I am on board with that. I didn't want to make it seem like I would need a crash to happen in order to do something about a street or an intersection. I think things can be inherently dangerous by design, and we just need to take a second look at them.
All right, last call for questions from council members. Seeing none, let's go to the public. If a member of the public would like to comment on the proposed budget for the Department of Planning and Transportation, here in council chambers, you can approach the podium and state your name. If you are joining us via Zoom, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom. If you're on your phone via Zoom, you can press *9. And if that doesn't work for Zoom participants, you could also send a chat to the meeting host. And in any case, commenters have 2 minutes. So are there any takers, either in chambers or online? Deputy Council Attorney Kulak, is there anybody?
At this point, there are no hands raised on Zoom. If you want to find the feature, it's under the Reactions tab. If you're on a phone, you would have to go under More to find it there. I still don't see any hands raised.
Okay, we'll wait just another moment. Still nothing?
Still nothing.
All right, and I don't see anybody in chambers wanting to comment, so we'll come back to council members for any final comments on the budget proposal from Planning and Transportation. Any comments? Councilmember Rollo.
Thank you. I've been customarily passing on budgets, nothing personal. It really has to do with compensation concerns for staff. But I would say that I don't think the development process is working well. I'm very unhappy about the status quo with regard to building quality, aesthetics, bulk, housing types and mixes and so forth. Yes, expediting the process has been very helpful, I think, especially for developers. But I think that the major litmus really is, I feel, has been contributions to the housing fund. That's not to say the housing fund hasn't done good work, but I think that what we're getting in return is poor quality, aesthetic and quality buildings. So what to do about it? It seems that maybe the UDO is the best avenue to readdress. It's been touted as a loose leaf binder, and therefore it's amendable, and we could approach it that way. We would probably need a consultant to do so. I think an on-staff architect, which was an idea originally proposed by Councilmember Sturbaum some years ago, I think that would, in terms of actually quality of building, we could point to a certain person and say, how did this come about? And that might be useful instead of, by default, it's in the code, and so they can do what they like within the code. Maybe they could advise on changing the code. I don't know. I regret that, the PUD process has been changed such that I think we've lost opportunities, such as the Kmart site, for a mixture of housing types and so forth. So I think something needs to be done. I'm not exactly sure. I would like to continue working on this. I think that there's a sizable number of the public that feel the same way. Perhaps it's a concern of my colleagues. But I think that visiting other cities, it's clear to me that they're doing a better job in terms of aesthetics than we are, and that's a shame, because I think that Bloomington, I used to regard the Poplars building as probably the ugliest building in town, and it's of course being demolished, but now there are contenders that are that have appeared in recent years. So something needs to be done about this. I hope the administration shares my concerns. Thanks.
Any other comments from council members? Councilmember Volin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I be heard? Okay, good. 2 points. One is what Councilman Burrell has just talked about. While I share some of his concern about the loss of the PUD as a tool for improving the built environment, I think Mr. Robinson has always been right in trying to focus on putting our design standards into the UDO. Mr. Rallo is right, it's a loose leaf book, and that is where he needs to focus his efforts. Complaints, these generic complaints about the built environment have been going on for decades. I don't know what I want, but I don't like what I see. It's might as well be the famous definition of obscenity. But there are other communities that have standards, and I'll point to one that looms large in my memory is when the north side CVS was being built. And Councilman Baruff and I got criticized in the paper for asking for some kind of design standard. And the paper famously wrote an editorial about it, saying that we were nitpicking. Well, the city of Nashville, the town of Nashville, Indiana, has higher architectural standards than we do, aesthetic standards than we do. But they've got them in their code, and CVS built a store that met their standards. And we didn't have standards as high, and yet we were being criticized for it. If we want to improve our standards, the UDO is the place to do it. Mr. Rallo has to be more specific about what he wants and not simply say, I don't like what I see. But as far as combining boards and commissions go, I will agree that the Traffic Commission, which is focused on safety, and the Bike Ped Safety Commission, which is focused on safety, makes sense as a transportation safety committee or commission. But the Parking Commission is not about safety. It's about storage. It's about economics. And the fact that the TDM, that the administration has found fit to put the TDM program in ESD, perhaps implies that if planning has a problem supporting too many boards and commissions, maybe the Park Commission should be moved there for support. But it was always my intention as the author of a commission that was approved 7-1 by this council and overrode the mayor's veto 9-0, that was always the point of the Parking Commission, was to talk about the economics of parking and how it affects. That's why there's 2 merchants and 2 not-for-profit members of that commission. So I would strongly urge, as I have always said, against the combination of parking to a transportation commission, despite the obvious relationship. Thank you. Just briefly, I support the parking budget as presented, and I thank Mr. Robinson and his staff for his work.
All right, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. I too am kind of eager to visit this idea of the loose leaf binder with respect to the UDO. I'm not quite sure we have our incentives right. And I do understand and appreciate that we want to make things predictable for developers. We want to make it easy for our administration. We don't necessarily want a bunch of messy arbitrariness to our code. That said, why I'm eager to tackle the Hopewell overlay is when we own the property, we, the city, this is our land, this is our development, this gives us an opportunity to be a little more creative than we possibly can be just by following the code that we've adopted. With respect to the appropriate blend of affordability, sustainability, and aesthetic. Design standards don't need to be ornate, they don't need to be overly expensive, but a bit of creativity, I think, is what the community is seeing in some of the large, massive private developments that are popping up throughout the city. And I know one man's beautiful building is another woman's ugly building, But for the most part, I do listen to community feedback, and they do kind of decry a little bit. This is Bloomington. We should expect better than some of what we're seeing. That's just, it's vanilla. It's not unique. There's no creativity to it. And that's not necessarily a function of planning and transportation, but I think it is a community standard that those of us who are elected officials do pay attention to. We want to see beautiful buildings, and just because it's affordable doesn't mean that it has to be anything less than something that's going to be places where people really are excited about living in. So I'm hoping we can do better with our incentives and get that combination just right to where we start to see some development throughout the city that's a little less met with negative reaction. Thank you.
Other council members wish to comment on P&T's budget proposal? If not, I'll go ahead. I'd like to remind my colleagues that changes to the UDO, especially when it's a matter, as Councilmember Volan said, of I know what I don't like. Council members should propose changes as they come along and initiate those discussions with Planning and Transportation Department staff and Plan Commission members, especially perhaps the council member who serves as the City Council representative on the Plan Commission. So I encourage my colleagues who see problems with the UDO to initiate conversations to make changes. And just a few words on the Hopewell site. I've been on the old hospital site reuse committee for several years now. My district is just south of that, south of First Street. I really would have appreciated hearing about the start of conversations about a Hopewell overlay district. I would have expected to hear about this from the council president or the council's representative to the Plan Commission, and I would really appreciate more communication about this in the coming months. With that, do we have does anybody object to moving to a do pass recommendation? Then.
Could I respond? Because I think several council members were referring to something that I said, and I would
Yes,
like to
please,
clarify.
Councilmember Rallo, go right ahead.
I understand yes, we're totally capable of changing code, but to what? This is why I think an architect on staff is necessary, or we need to have architectural firms that can point us to the right direction and determine what we need to do, that we could have the quality of other cities. I can't even anticipate what that would look like. And we don't have a council staff that's able to do this either, because we share only a couple of people. It really is, the onus is on the administration, it seems to me. So I'm just signaling to the administration that I'm dissatisfied, but taxpayers pay for the city budget. They pay for the Planning and Transportation Department, and I think that I just want to communicate the dissatisfaction people feel with the quality of buildings. Thank you.
Point of order. I don't believe we actually are engaging in debate per the motion on Monday's structure debate. We have 3 minutes for council member comment per presentation. I suppose if you use less than your 3 minutes, you could have multiple rounds to talk, but if the council member has used 3 minutes, that's the total time allotted for comment per each departmental presentation.
Call the question.
Thank you, Council.
Point of order.
Councilmember Flaherty, thank you for that reminder, and also want to remind my colleagues that we are discussing the budget proposal at this time. Did you have a point of order, Councilmember Volan?
I did. Councilmember Rowell nevertheless got a second bite at the apple on this. I think it's only fair to let other members speak.
Well, I will allow it this time, but please, for the rest of the evening, we will have one bite at the apple for council comment. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Volan.
That's fine. Because I'm still recovering at home, I happen to be able to access my library, but I want to introduce Councilmember Rallo to this famous book of architecture. It's called A Pattern Language by Christopher Alexander and others. And it literally is a reference word for architecture. And I would invite Councilmember Rallo to sit down with me and to look through some of the excellent vocabulary that exists to address the very concerns he has. I don't think that his concerns are inchoate, that they can in fact be boiled down to specific recommendations, and that's what we try to do with the UDO. So I don't think it's impossible, and I would urge him that perhaps he and the constituents who he's expressing concern with ought to sit down with a work like this and find the words, to use their words to say what they want. I think it's important that we get past this never-ending discussion. Thank you.
All right. Chief Deputy Clerk McDowell, could you please call the roll on a recommendation, a straw poll recommendation on this particular budget?
Yes. Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Pass.
Bolin.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Scambolery.
Yes.
Sandberg.
Pass.
Rallo.
Pass.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that recommendation is 603, sorry. All right, we will move ahead to the Department of Engineering and welcome Mr. Andrew Seabour to the podium.
All right. Well, good evening, council members. I'm Andrew Seabour, the city engineer and the director of the engineering department. I look forward to providing you with an overview of the engineering department and our 2023 budget proposal. The engineering department is now a little over a year and a half old after being established as a standalone department in 2021. We coordinate particularly closely with the other two departments, Planning and Transportation and Public Works, that are also presenting this evening. As a team, we primarily work to achieve a safe, accessible, efficient, equitable, and sustainable transportation system. I want to take this opportunity to briefly highlight the amazing team that I am representing this evening. They do a lot of hard work that can be underappreciated. The team is highly skilled, is invested in achieving the city's goals and visions, and it's my opinion the community is lucky to have them as public servants. As an example of the expertise they offer, earlier this year, Federal Highway Administration staff came to facilitate an accessibility training course at the mill as a part of our efforts to stay current on best practices and standards. I'll just say that I ended that day knowing the city engineering department could have trained the federal government trainers. The engineering department is comprised of 11.5 full-time equivalent employees, generally divided into a capital projects division and a right-of-way management division. I'll describe those two divisions in more detail later in the presentation. A few major initiatives of our department include managing use of and work within the right-of-way, addressing transportation-related inquiries from the public, and implementing the city's transportation plan. The transportation plan is referenced regularly when reviewing and developing city-led capital projects and private projects that impact the public right-of-way. This and the following two slides illustrate budget goals as they were listed in the 2022 budget. These lists highlight many of the initiatives the department is responsible for, but is not a comprehensive list of all that we do. This year, we filled a new administrative assistant position, and we are already realizing significant benefits from doing so. We've also been able to provide exciting professional development opportunities through the city's innovation program, working towards certification to utilize drones, the DEI programs offered by the city, and attendance at professional organization conferences. Staff has also attended multiple community meetings and numerous city board, commission, and council meetings. The engineering department works hard to manage use of the public right-of-way. We utilize city standards adopted by council to educate and enforce city requirements for work within the right-of-way. Engineering is currently working with other departments, such as ITS, to develop technology and tools to better track and measure many of our goals. It's my understanding that in about a month, we will have a new permit management system in place that I'm hopeful will streamline workflow for staff and customers. And the department is also busy collecting and evaluating data like traffic counts to aid in decision-making. The engineering department coordinates with planning and transportation, public works, and others to identify future projects based on data and plans, such as complete street scoring, the transportation plan, and infrastructure age and condition to ensure that limited resources are distributed throughout the city. As we continue to build new infrastructure, we are becoming more mindful of the different and increased maintenance needs the city is responsible for. This should be anticipated in this and future year budget requests. 2022 has already been a very busy year with a number of projects like construction of the multi-use path on 17th Street. Engineering has issued 10 new contracts ranging from the council's North Dunn Street sidewalk project to a construction inspection contract for the Beeline Connection project to a demolition contract for Hopewell Phase 1 East. Now, before I transition to 2023 budget, I'd like to briefly review past annual capital project spending in addition to some updates on the 2022 GO bond projects. This graph may look familiar from last year, but has been updated to include another year of data. I want to highlight 3 important items to be aware of while reviewing this information. First, the overall spending amounts illustrated as blue bars include federal funding, council sidewalk funding, grants, bonds, TIF, and engineering's annual capital project funding. The height of the blue bars reflect the dollar amounts listed on the left side of the chart. Number 2, the yellow dots represent the amount of the overall spending amounts that are a part of engineering's annual capital project budget, which is typically comprised of a combination of general fund, alternative transportation, and cumulative capital development. And then finally, number 3, the percent of pedestrian and bicycle facility split illustrated as a gray line is an estimate, and the estimate could be debated on a project-by-project basis. However, I believe the estimate is sufficient to highlight funding split proportions and trends. The gray line values reflect the percentage split illustrated on the right side of the chart. With those 3 important notes in mind, I'd like to highlight 3 conclusions from this slide. First, yearly project spending can vary significantly depending on a few large projects and the successful award of outside funding sources. Number 2, the engineering department capital project expenditures come from a number of sources, and we leverage the annual budget request to the maximum extent possible. Over the time span on this chart, the department has utilized just over $9 million in annual budget allotments and achieved a total over $55 million in public investments. And then finally, number 3, the department has realized a significant trend in increasing active transportation mode investment from less than 20% of all engineering spending in 2014 to over 70% the last couple of years. Now, transitioning to the GO bond project update. As you're aware, back in April, 2 5-year, $5 million general obligation bonds were approved to invest in important Bloomington infrastructure projects spread across the community. These GO bonds are being used in a variety of infrastructure needs and will advance the city's goals of climate change preparedness and equity and quality of life for all. This map illustrates the location of the projects listed in each bond package. The blue lines on the map reflect the public works projects, though I will note the map does not capture the sidewalk project or the citywide streetlight conversion projects geographically like the others. The red lines on the map illustrate the Parks bond projects. Despite the bond's public works and parks names, the engineering department will play a lead role in most of these projects. As a couple examples, we just awarded a contract to start to the design phase of the High Street multi-use path intersection modernization project, and will be awarding a similar contract for West 2nd Street modernization project very shortly. I'm also happy to report that we are in the process of securing $500,000 of additional federal funding through the MPO for the High Street project to reduce the project's reliance on the bond funding source. This is another great example of how we work to leverage council-approved funding to secure additional resources. Now looking ahead to the 2023 budget and the department's primary activities. Administration, technical training, accountability, and community engagement are items that are a part of all that we do. For example, these include managing project websites and facilitating monthly project coordination meetings. A couple new goals in next year's budget includes formalizing a commitment to investing in an annual department strategic retreat and filling a new engineering field specialist position. The Right-of-Way Management Division issues and monitors right-of-way use permits, oversees the design and construction of privately built public improvements. It investigates and addresses transportation-related inquiries from the public, and it collects and analyzes traffic counts and crash data. Many of our goals remain similar to those highlighted for the current year. For example, we will continue to closely track public improvement projects and their associated bonds. However, some new goals or highlights to existing goals include managing a significant increase in right-of-way use activity due to major community investments like the new citywide fiber project, and then also securing additional resources to assure projects are constructed to standards that are in the community's long-term interest. The Capital Project Team is the division that implements our city-led transportation infrastructure projects. This work includes design, right-of-way acquisition, bidding, and construction oversight of projects. These multimodal projects implement the city's transportation plan and requires close coordination with multiple internal and external stakeholders. Many of our 2023 goals remain consistent from 2022. For example, we will continue to initiate a series of new transportation improvement projects. A couple of the new projects will include the design of our 4th downtown curb ramp accessibility improvement project and the initiation of a citywide signal retiming project. Both of those projects will leverage federal funding programmed through the MPO. Additionally, engineering is leading the Hopewell Phase 1 East infrastructure project as a part of the city's larger goal to implement the hospital master plan. It's our goal that at least 65% of the Phase 1 East site improvements will be constructed in 2023. The engineering department's overall 2023 budget proposal is approximately $4.7 million. Some of the specific highlights of significance include adding a new engineering field specialist position, as previously mentioned, the purchase of additional equipment such as a radar speed feedback sign, and iPads for permit inspection tracking. Additionally, the budget proposal highlights an increase in other services and charges, primarily driven by a $30,000 request for a material and geotechnical testing on-call service contract, and a 181% increase in capital outlays, which represents additional investment in the priority bicycle facilities network and increased participation in maintenance-related projects. Finally, I also want to highlight that a significant portion of our proposed 2023 capital budget is coming from Recover Forward Phase 3, or ARPA funds. These funds will continue to help us maintain local employment opportunities and investments in the community as we work to maintain basic infrastructure while expanding our multimodal transportation system. This slide captures the engineering department summary in a table format and compares the 2023 proposal with past year department budget requests. As previously mentioned, the 2023 budget reflects an overall increase of 99% compared to 2022. This slide captures the funding source breakdown for each category of the proposed 2023 engineering department budget. And thank you for your time and consideration of the budget, which we believe aligns with the city's stated goals as identified in the city's transportation plan, the climate action plan, and the comprehensive plan. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Seaborg. Could you go back one slide, please? I think we kind of skipped over that one. The one that breaks down by fund, yes. Thank you. If you could just leave that up for a few minutes, thank you so much. Questions from council members for the engineering department budget? Councilmember Rollo.
Yes, well, since this slide is up, the Alternative Transportation Fund has a balance. Where is that money going from the Alternative Transportation Fund besides the Council Sidewalk Fund? What is that funding?
Yeah, so I believe, and the controller's office could chime in a little bit too, but there's, I think, 3 departments that utilize funding from that funding. One is the Council Sidewalk Committee. One is engineering in the amount listed here on the slide of $187,000 in next year's proposed budget, and then Public Works. I think a lot of the parking comes from that as well.
Okay, and I want to, again, just express my disappointment. Our fund is, our sidewalk budget is not increasing this coming year. There are many, many projects to do. And so another question I have is related to, if you go back to the slide, it displayed the trend of capital projects year
the
by
graph.
year. Yeah, as a histogram. It's one of the first slides that you had. And I think and that gives the bike and ped split. How much of that is sidewalk, devoted to sidewalk? Those expenditures.
That's probably a question I couldn't answer specifically tonight. A lot of sidewalk, I would then follow up with what is a sidewalk? Is that the ramps? Is that the signal that serves the sidewalk?
Okay. That's information I'd like, and we can discuss specifically. I don't know how much time I have left, but I had one other question that was related to something specific, and that was the bicentennial bond that was utilized for the 7th Street bike lane. When that was implemented, every stop sign was taken out on Morton, on Washington, on Lincoln, on Grant, Dunn Street. This, I think, is problematic, as we discussed, and we talked about this some time ago, for pedestrians who hope to cross, because cars and bicycles are both going unimpeded. You said you were going to study that. Have you studied that? And what are your conclusions? Do we need some stop signs back to allow pedestrians to cross?
No, that's a good question. So just, with the 7-line project, multiple stop signs were removed, but just also some stop signs did remain, like 7th and Indiana, still an all-way stop, and the stop was actually added at the B-line crossing for 7th Street. So that was a new thing to try there as well. But yeah, we are continuing to monitor 7-line, that corridor, frequently. I think overall, since that project's been completed, and I'm actually awaiting additional newer data, but the early trends are actually that corridor-wide crashes are down, despite any changes that have been made. On the potential need for all-way stops for pedestrian crossings, I guess maybe a follow-up question or more of a theoretical just thing is, I guess I'm not in a position to say that I think everywhere a pedestrian crosses needs to have an all-way stop. And so if I guess that's just maybe more of a rhetorical thought, but sorry.
Thanks.
Okay.
That's the end of
Thank you.
time. Yeah, thank you. Other questions from council members? Councilmember Scambolery.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I feel like I should know the answer to this question, and I don't. I'd be interested in seeing a sum total of what we bring in match dollars. In other words, how much federal money, how much state money do we leverage with our own contribution? Does that kind of a report exist somewhere? And
no, that's a good question. I think one spot I would start is our Metropolitan Planning Organization has what they call the Transportation Improvement Program, and that would clearly highlight where we get funds through our MPO, which is the vast majority of the federal funding, at least that engineering department touches.
okay.
There's other funding, though, that is secured, like through the state, like with the Public Works Department for community crossing grant funds to help with some maintenance projects. So there are other sources, so it might be a bit of pulling things from a few different locations.
Okay. And I'm interested in knowing more about the nature of these matches. Is it simply an exercise in algebra where if we provide 1x, they will provide 2x as a match, and it's just based on amounts? Or is there anything we can do to position ourselves to take advantage of more?
Yes, that's another good question. So certain funding sources have, you're allowed up to a certain amount of match. So some funding sources are maybe a 50-50 split. Some federal things are 80-20, some are 90-10. So it varies depending on the funding source. But honestly, what we're starting to see is on a project that's, say, maybe eligible for a 90% split is we use all the federal money, but we end up putting in a bit more local match just because the overall project need is greater than is available. And we could use more federal funding, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that helps. And is there anything, again, that all still sounds like algebra to me. So is there anything else that would allow our city to compete more effectively for outside money?
I think one thing that was discussed briefly in the Planning and Transportation Department presentation was the effort to create a safety plan. That's one thing that the city needs to do to become eligible for additional new federal funding sources, and that's one thing that is in motion now.
And by safety plan, you mean?
It would
I know
be,
what those words mean in my head, but.
Sure, so I think in spirit, it's potentially like an amendment to the transportation plan or an add-on to it that identifies like a Vision Zero type, how are we going to achieve a reduction in crashes or a safer system?
Okay, great. I have one more, but I'll hold it till the next round. Thanks.
Other questions? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I will just piggyback on that. I think while hearing you say Vision Zero, thank you for that presentation. Can you speak a little bit about the plan to replace traffic signals and what new technologies we might be looking at there, like if we're going to do leading pedestrian intervals or anything of that sort?
Yeah, so a part of next year's budget proposal is some capital funding to start the design of a couple more redesigns of old signalized intersections. We have over 80, I'm sure Public Works could tell me specifically how many signals we have, but ideally we would be replacing 2 every year on average to keep things modern. And as we do upgrade those signals, we're certainly making sure all the ADA improvements, the technology there is there, and then also the cabinets are being upgraded to allow us to time the signals to leverage things like leading pedestrian intervals or other things like that.
Thanks. And just along those same lines, just being curious about traffic signals, I was just in Montreal for work, and they do a lot of right turn arrows where you just can't turn on red, and I know we have that here too in the works, but is that a lot of extra budgeting to add something like that where there's actually a signal for folks to look at?
Yeah, no, that's a great question and maybe an opportunity to explain. So to have a right turn on red or arrow for a right turn movement, technically we would need to have an exclusive right turn travel lane, which means we might need to be widening the road. So it might provide some safety benefits but have other safety drawbacks as well.
All right. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Seabour. I appreciate your presentation. I'm wondering, do you have funds allocated in this upcoming budget to look at and perhaps alleviate the traffic issues on the east side, Pete Ellis Drive, between the hospital and the Kmart site? The traffic is, it's really building on Pete Ellis and on Smith as well. And so I wonder what, you're thinking about that for the future and if there's any money in it, this budget, to look at that.
Sure. So specifically to Pete Ellis as an example, I know there's the large development that's being constructed right now at Pete Ellis and Longview. As that development, one of their conditions was to do a traffic impact study, and if that traffic study found that the impact of increased traffic caused by it justified additional investment, that the developer would have been responsible for in constructing it, like a signal at that intersection. And that traffic study found that a traffic signal wasn't necessary, that the current always stop would function acceptably even during the peak hours there. So no immediate need is identified at that specific location. That being said, I also want to highlight that it's not necessarily a city project, but the State of Indiana Department of Transportation has a series of projects planned on the east side. One, I think the most near-term one that we'll see is at Smith and 3rd Street, where they will be adding, I think, a left turn lane on the Smith Street approaches, in addition to providing better pedestrian facilities at the intersection that should help alleviate some of the traffic concerns there. And then they also have a series of projects on the East 10th Street corridor from essentially the bypass and ultimately in the long-term future all the way out potentially to Russell Road.
So let's see, I still have 56 seconds left. I realize there's a lot of moving parts. Is your department in this year's budget, does it have any funds that are going to have us perhaps help coordinate that, perhaps advocate for those issues? Because it's really getting really amazingly backed up all the time now, and I know it's going to take a while. What is your role in that, as far as advocating for that within the constraints of this budget?
Sure. I think I don't know if I'm going to be able to directly answer your question, but I would say that staff currently and in the future is fully engaged in having, I would say, very productive conversations with the State Department of Transportation on their projects and trying to support them moving forward, while also addressing the concerns you highlighted, but also trying to maximize opportunities for pedestrians and bicyclists as well, and also recognizing the need for transit facilities. So those have been very productive and good conversations. And then we just will continue to monitor the areas you identified and then many others in the city by collecting traffic counts and crash data to try to identify trends and future needs for future projects.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Seabour. Could you elaborate a bit on the Alternative Transportation Fund allocation as outlined in your slides? There's a Category 3 and a Category 4 breakdown. Do you know roughly what that money is intended to go to within those categories?
Yeah, I expect that money will help with, I mentioned some downtown curb ramp projects, and then also to essentially assist our funding for implementing the priority bicycle projects identified in the transportation plan.
And what specifically in Category 3, I guess, is that?
So the Category 3 is essentially the professional engineering services associated with those projects.
Okay. Got it, thank you. And then additionally with that fund, can you tell me a bit more about how the amount is determined for your department? Do you request an amount and then you're sort of told by the controller after they look at all the departmental budgets how much you'll actually get? Can you explain a little more?
I guess I don't know if the controller is available to talk a bit about that, but I know over the pandemic, I think that budget was hit by changes in parking patterns and parking revenues and is more closely reflecting what it was in the past. But I will defer to Jeff, who's now available.
Good evening, City Controller Jeff Underwood. Councilmember Flaherty, yes, primarily what you said is what happens. So we get departmental requests from parking services and from the engineering department. We try to carve out, we take out the council sidewalk money first from what's available. Then secondly, what's needed to fund the program, which is the parking services. That is what basically is left over. If there are sufficient funds for the full request for engineering, we then fund that, and if not, there's a discussion with the mayor's office and with engineering. And I'll give you just a quick breakdown. on that. There are actually 4 departments that gets funds out of alternative transportation. The largest is the Parking Services Division, and that's at 46%. Second is the council sidewalk allocation, and that is 34%. Engineering that we just talked about is 19%. And then last night, Beverly Calendar Anderson spoke about youth participatory budgeting, and they have an allocation of $15,000 out of that fund, and it's 2%.
Thank you. I do have a related follow-up or two, but I think the timer was reset, so I don't want to by accident. So I'm not sure what actually remains of my time. They're on this topic, the alternative transportation fund.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. Is a specific alternative transportation fund actually requested by your department, Mr. Seabour, or is it you just have a total capital cost request and it's the controller's job to sort out where that comes from?
It's essentially a overall capital project funding request. I don't always know the details of where what sources will be used to fund those needs.
Okay, and final related question, which is, if my memory serves, when transportation and planning and engineering were all one department, the bicycle pedestrian coordinator decided essentially what the alternative transportation fund dollars would go to. It was sort of within that position's purview to prioritize, a project or 2 or 3, whatever it was. Is that still the case? I remember when the transition happened again, if my memory is correct, that we were told that the bike ped coordinator position will continue to oversee that. I believe that position might be vacant at the moment, but could you speak to that?
Yeah, I think I'll just generally say that, at least my opinion, there's really good coordination between the engineering department and planning and transportation, and many others, but specific to that item, we lean very heavily on planning and transportation to help us prioritize new projects that would utilize these funds, like what greenway projects or the sidewalk prioritization and stuff like that. So we certainly lean on them for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other first round questions? Else I will ask a couple before we go back to Councilmember Rallo. Mr. Seabour, I thought during your presentation you had mentioned that you had I don't know what time period this encompassed, but you had $9 million for capital projects, and through leveraging, you were able to get $55 million of funding with that. Is that right? Could you put that in context for me?
Yeah, so I think essentially over the time span on that bar chart that was, I think, from 2014 through 2021, it captured about $9 million of budget that would have been approved through this process, while we spent over $55 million in total on transportation projects led by the engineering department.
So that does reflect leveraging state and federal funds?
It's state, federal, and other city funds, just to be clear. So like GO bonds would be a part of another funding source, or in some TIF funding as well.
Okay, TIF and GO, okay.
Oh, and as I'm thinking, just one I haven't yet mentioned is CDBG. We work and try to usually have some applications for that, and oftentimes that'll help us with our council sidewalk projects.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. What is the source of the alternative transportation funds, and what is the source of the cumulative capital development funds? Mr. Underwood, perhaps, is the one to ask.
Back. For the alternative transportation fund, it's primarily 2 sources of funding. The council sidewalk money is a transfer from the cumulative capital development fund, surprisingly. And then the remainder is neighborhood permits and parking fees.
And so then where do the cum cap development funds come from?
That is a property tax rate primarily of indexed at 5%, at 5 cents per 100.
Okay, thank you. Another question for Mr. Seabour. Can you talk a little bit, and I'm sorry I had to step out for a few minutes, so maybe I missed it, about the new position you're requesting?
Sure, so the new position is an engineering field specialist position. We have one person in that role currently, so this would be the second person in that same role. They are essentially responsible, or the primary people responsible, to oversee right-of-way use permit programs. And just in short, we need more help. There's lots of opportunities to do things better than we have been. We have, now it's I guess been a couple of years, but council approved some additional tools to help us enforce right-of-way use, and so we need that extra capacity to do things, I think, the way we intend to do them.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rallo, did you have another question?
I did, thank you. Maybe a couple. Just for clarity, I'm trying to understand the traffic calming and greenways program. Is that administered by you?
Good question. So this is another great example of how we work very closely with planning and transportation. So one of the images, I think, on Director Robinson's slide was the graphic when they advertised the call for applications for the traffic calming projects. And so they will typically facilitate project applications, as an example, go through the prioritization process with our help, and essentially hand to us, hey, we want this project to move forward. And so we will then take that and implement it from an engineering capital project perspective.
Okay, because I maybe misunderstood it, but I heard that Director Robinson said that his staff has nothing to do with the Alternative Transportation Fund. And I was immediately confused because, as I recall, Ms. Rickbile and Ms. Rosenberger and the Bike and Ped Safety Commission signed off on traffic calming.
Yeah, and that's
funds.
Maybe to getting to a couple questions to try to clarify and make sure there's a good understanding. So the funding, the specific dollar amounts for those type of projects are typically in the engineering department project budgets, because we will manage those contracts, we will make sure it's being built, but planning and transportation will oversee the prioritization and selection process.
All right. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Underwood, may I ask you a question related to my colleagues? They were determining the sources of funding for the Alternative Transportation Fund, and what I'm interested in is that that fund could receive funding from other funds. We could increase the Alternative Transportation Fund, could we not? We could transfer from those other funds if we wanted to increase the amount.
Certain fund, yeah, it couldn't be a transfer from every available fund, but there could certainly be other funds that we could look at.
Okay, I'm interested.
One of the things I did mention the other night, and I think we let Mr. Seabour talk about that, was I think this was the first time that we were able to fund all of his capital needs. So we were able to find, so there's actually more funds available, capital funds available this year than there have been in past years. So I think specifically from my standpoint in looking at the overall capital funding was, while we didn't particularly increase this one by $3,000, which is about what we have been doing, it was the overall capital funding.
Okay, it sounds like it's possible, and what I just wanted to say is my aim is to increase the sidewalk fund, the council sidewalk fund. We can't possibly complete the projects if we don't receive more funding every year, at least commensurate with inflation.
Other council questions? Any further questions from council members for engineering? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about like streets and right-of-way. Like, I know this came up a little bit in annexation conversations with private roads that would be coming, potentially within city limits, and the city wanting to take public ownership of those and administer them. Can you, are there streets that we choose not to, I guess I'm a little confused about the right-of-way process and how something, becomes right-of-way or not, and why we might choose that with respect to a street.
Yeah, there are, try to think, so there are private streets in the city that when those developments or those streets were developed were just I have to assume were intended to be private and were never intended to be public. They weren't built to city standards, both from like a structural perspective. Many times they won't have sidewalks and things like that. So there are existing private streets. Sometimes residents will reach out to the city and say, hey, we want you to accept this because it's a big maintenance burden. And I think typically if they are brought up to city standards, then there is potentially a willingness to consider that. And then it's just, what is a street? I think of the College Mall as an example. Like there is a circular transportation system internal to the parking lot that feels maybe like a street, but it's a driveway, or the Kmart site that was recently admitted on the east side. They are building private streets. That was the developer's request because they didn't, I don't want to say why, but they didn't subdivide the property to create right away. That wasn't required.
Got it. And what about, I was thinking about in the context of like parks, like roads that go through parks, are those typically city right-of-way, or are they typically privately owned by parks, or?
I guess what streets through parks, just as an example?
Good question. I think Cascades obviously has a street through it. There may be, I'd have to think a little bit more specifically about what streets besides that one. Are there others that come to mind for you?
I guess just that's probably the one that comes to my mind. I would say, that is a road, a right-of-way that's in our public works street inventory, and then also, but is directly adjacent to and surrounded by a park.
And then finally, what about like multi-use transportation corridors? Is there like a policy with respect to right-of-way and/or a reason for why we wouldn't want multi-use paths to be public right-of-way?
I guess this all gets into definitions. So I would define a multi-use path as a path that's adjacent to a road and within that road's right-of-way, and that is something typically maintained and operated by the Public Works Department, where a multi-use trail would be something that is typically not adjacent to a street and within that right-of-way, and that's more a Parks Department type facility. So it's a definition and maintenance issue there.
And so often the latter is not right-of-way, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any last questions before we go to the public? Councilmember Rallo.
Another specific question, Director Seabour, has to do with the Jackson Creek Trail, expansion of the trail on High Street, and we have, as I recall, very wide right-of-way there. Is that correct? There's some concern by residents about the amount of encroachment of the trail, but we have sufficient right-of-way. Is that correct?
Yeah, what was recently built along High Street with the Jackson Creek Trail project is certainly all within, the portion adjacent to High Street is within right-of-way.
Yeah. Was there notification to residents, because some say they weren't notified of this? Was there an attempt to notify them?
That's certainly my understanding. A lot of these projects were developed before I came back to the city, but typically there's public engagement opportunities, and certainly as projects start construction, usually there should be mailers sent out.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Scambaluri.
Yes, thank you. Quick questions. You mentioned some timetables earlier for improvements that are planned. What is the timetable for the North Dunn multi-use path for the bids for the design phase?
Yeah, I believe it came through in the mayor's memo to the council, just introducing a lot of things, but we tried to summarize all the different projects and the bonds. Going by memory, I think we wanted to start the design phase, which is what was really funded through the bond next calendar year. We're just really trying to, from a staff capacity perspective, going through the list that was prioritized by council. So I think next year we'll be starting that phase on Dunn Street.
Okay, I did read the next year part, but anything first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, do we not even have that idea yet?
I guess I probably do, but not memorized in my head, and I'll be happy to follow up with you on that. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine, that's fine. Actually, and I could do the rest in writing, so thanks.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Sorry, thank you. Just one quick follow-up and then a second question. One is you made a distinction just now between multi-use paths and multi-use trails. And I think which kind of category we're in might become a little blurred in certain contexts depending on the surrounding, built environment. I would say that almost every multi-use trail in the city is used by at least some users as a transportation corridor of some kind. And it seems to me like it might be a good idea to have that managed as public right-of-way and dedicated as public right-of-way. But you just noted that that's not the case. I don't know if that's just sort of by convention and historic practice, or if that's an intentional choice not to, for instance, have the Board of Park Commissioners dedicate right-of-way where they may own a multi-use trail. And could you speak more specifically to your thoughts about what disadvantages there might be to having those types of facilities dedicated as public right-of-way?
Sure. I think, that's a big question that's probably worth a deeper dive with coordinating with a few different departments. But I think those trails or facilities managed by the Parks Commission are both parks, and they also do serve transportation purpose. It'd be silly not to admit that. I think if we were to consider them as right-of-way, there's other implications too to be considering. Like one would be utilities. So if it's a right-of-way, Duke or whoever could just start putting more things in there. And whereas if it's a parcel owned by the Board of Parks Commissioner, there's more oversight that the city can use to manage what goes in those facilities.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up on my other question in writing. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Seabour? Seeing none, we will go to the public. If there's any member of the public who would like to comment on the budget proposal from the Department of Engineering, you'll have 2 minutes to do so. If you are joining the meeting via Zoom, you can raise your hand via the raise hand function, and you can also, if you're having trouble with that, you can send a chat to the meeting host. If you're on your cell phone, you can do *9. And I see we have somebody at the podium here, so please state your name and go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name's Greg Alexander. I continue to be disappointed at the bad projects that come out of engineering. For example, the side path project on 17th Street next year is going to widen the Kinzer Pike intersection, making it faster for cars and more dangerous for pedestrians. That's still in the future. The only thing more frustrating than these failures is the fact that they're very reluctant to admit to them. Change is hard. I don't know why anyone should be ashamed to admit the challenges that haven't yet been overcome. Frankness is such a valuable tool for change. And I'm still shocked they won't exercise their responsibility to supervise traffic engineering decisions made within parks. And oh man, the continuing failure to effectively oversee sidewalks. But change really is hard, and there's a milestone I want to bring to your attention. Since the turmoil in 2014, which resulted in moving out of Public Works, I have been waiting to see good projects start coming through the pipeline. I waited until 2020. That's the first time I looked at an engineering design from the city and said, wow, this is really good work. And for a little while, that project stood alone, but then there was another. And just a couple days ago, I was perusing the engineering website, and I saw an update to a project. Nothing fancy, you probably won't even hear about it, just routine work. But I looked at the design is good. The no-frills engineering choices embodied the goals of our transportation plan. And I realized it's finally happened. Good work has become commonplace. That's a big deal. Obviously, a ton of credit goes to everyone that made the transportation plan possible, including this body. Thank you. But it absolutely would not be possible without the hard work of leadership in this department. Thank you. And I just wanted to add, I have seen drivers yield to pedestrians crossing 7th Street, even though there are no stop signs. It was kind of astonishing the first time I saw it. There are challenges, but I think overall it is working. It's a sound design. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom, Deputy Council Attorney?
At this
Kulak?
time, there are no hands raised on Zoom, but I do have a public comment from Sam Dove that he wanted me to read. He says, "School need be safe. School's crossing guard need help kids learn when at okay cross street. I saw kids crossing street unsafe at 13th Street near Tri-North Middle School. We need crossing guard for all school like elementary school and middle school and high school. Thank you."
All right, thank you for sharing that from Mr. Dove. Any other public comments, either here or via Zoom?
No more hands raised.
All right, very good. We will come back to council members for any final comments on the engineering department budget proposal. Any of my colleagues wish to comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, thank you, and thanks again for the presentation and all your hard work. First was just to speak to the question that I didn't ask, which is thinking of the entire universe of pedestrian infrastructure, in particular sidewalks, and what it will take to get us on track, so to speak, to meet not only the projects in the council budget that my council colleague, Councilmember Rallo, is concerned that we'll never meet at the current rate. But of course, there's many, many projects beyond that. That's just the priority list in the council sidewalk committee. And it's a little bit of a complex problem. We've talked about it at least once, Mr. Seabour and I, and I'd like to follow up again and see if additional thought has been put into that, what it would take to kind of scope that problem. Is it $5 million a year we would need, even if unachievable? Just like, what is the ballpark of meeting what we would aspirationally like to achieve in the context of true complete streets, multimodal infrastructure? So I think that's an exercise we need to go through as a city if we're going to have clear-eyed and more honest conversations about priorities and you know, how we're doing on that front. And it might take a willingness to admit or know that we're not going to be able to achieve what we'd ideally like to in a 10 or 20 or 30-year time span. But I think it will make more stark some of the trade-offs that are entailed in the choices we make. And there's a related point which I wanted to just briefly talk about, the chart that was shared documenting bike ped percentage split of capital spending over the last 7-8 years in engineering. And I think that's obviously a positive trend in terms of that funding and that shift, but I also wanted to caution us not to think that that's the whole picture, because it's kind of far from it. That is engineering department's capital budget. You know, when we think about what we spend on different modes of transportation, we need to think about the repaving budget in the Public Works Department, about snow plowing, about other maintenance, about the, including interest, $50 million we bonded for 2 parking garages, all the other parking subsidies that we, you know, pay for, the opportunity cost of surface parking lots, you know, the list goes on and on. So I didn't want us to pat ourselves on the back quite too much, because, you know, the balance is still majorly in favor of automobile transportation when it comes to overall funding picture for the city. That's not to throw shade on the positive trends displayed in that chart. Those are positive improvements. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members care to make a comment? Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. I share my colleagues' sentiments and requests, and I think others have made it in the past, that a comprehensive view of the sidewalk needs would be really valuable, I think, for everyone. And then potential funding sources could be explored for that, because it just seems to be taking too long. Also, you know, while I appreciate a lot of the bicycle infrastructure that's going on and being implemented, I ride a bicycle and around town quite a bit. I do wonder if there's this inherent conflict is being created between pedestrians and bicyclists. And I'm not saying it's an intentional conflict, but it just happens to be evolving, especially since we allow bicycles on sidewalks. Of course, they share paths and so forth. Taking out stop signs, I think, is another indication, at least to some pedestrians, especially those who have certain disabilities, that they're being undervalued vis-a-vis, you know, the free flow of cars and bicycles, say, on 7th Street. So I think that attention needs to be placed on pedestrians, and I know your department does that, so I'm not saying it's, you know, but I wonder if it's enough, and I wonder about that conflict and how that gets resolved. But I did want to say that I do appreciate your department. I appreciate your direction and your willingness to meet with constituents on site and discuss how best to implement, even if we disagree, you know, how best to implement going forward on infrastructure for both cars and multimodal. Thank you.
Any other final comments? All right, could the Chief Deputy Clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Volin,
Yes.
Sims,
Yes.
Scambolery,
Yes.
Sandberg,
Yes.
Rallo,
Pass.
Flaherty,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Rosenbarger. Pass. Thank you.
All right, that vote is 6-1-2. Thank you, Mr. Seabour. And now we will move on to the Department of Public Works and its many divisions, what I like to call the Adam Wason Show. And welcome, Mr. Wason. And I see you have great backup tonight with division heads and other employees. Thank you all very much for being here tonight. And whenever you're ready, you can go ahead with Public Works. I suppose we're going to start with the Administrative Division.
Yes, thank you, members of council. Adam Wason, Public Works Director. It's an honor to be here once again presenting the 2023 budget requests for the 7 different divisions of the Public Works Department. I'll do my best to be brief and informative this evening while highlighting all of the important work we do in Public Works. Tonight's presentations will highlight many topics, ranging from describing how we try to do our absolute best in providing the services we're tasked with doing, while also focusing on some of the transformative approaches to the way we've done things in the past. With the administrative division, the team pictured here is the glue that really keeps it all together with the Public Works functions. The hard work of Christina Smith, Nate Nickel, Michael Large, Melissa Herzl, and April Rosenberger, as well as our small cadre of interns and fellows, put in day in, day out. Not only the work they put in day and day out not only benefits the organization, the city of Bloomington, but the community as a whole. We're a small division when it comes to the full-time employees we have, and with that, we're really focused and proud of our efforts working to professionalize, modernize, and improve what we do through the use of technology, sustainability, innovation, and with an eye on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The administrative division's efforts include our asset management programs, budget and finance, data analytics, as well as customer service here at City Hall and at our other locations. Just wanted to talk briefly, actually go back to the last slide, about where we're at with the American Public Works Association accreditation process. It's a multi-year process, and at this point in time, we are in the self-assessment phase. But overall, the benefits of that accreditation process, I'm sure I don't need to get too deep into this, but it helps us look at our operational performance. It looks at staff development. It looks at succession planning, institutional knowledge retention. It creates standard operating procedures and documents what we do in all the various divisions. And so we're at the self-assessment phase, and like I said, multi-year process where we've actually formally entered into agreements with the Public Works Association on what next steps we'll be going through. While the last several years have been anything but normal, we're continuing in major efforts beyond the accreditation process. We're still actively exploring ways to speed up the switch over to LED streetlight technologies. We're focusing on professional development for staff, and we're working to create a welcoming, customer service forward approach to how the front desk at City Hall operates. Quick update on some of our 2022 goals. Again, I mentioned accreditation. We're currently on schedule for our goals that we've set this year, and again, that project will continue over the next several years. Again, LED street lighting, actively working to do that. We'll meet our goal this year of trying to get 50 street lights switched over. As you may recall, as part of our request through some of the different recent funding sources, we proposed a citywide a project that was lower on the priority list for the council, but something we're still actively looking to find alternative funding sources for. I'll just make note that if we stick with trying to do 50 lights per year, based on the overall number of streetlights we have, it'll be 2078 before we actually switch out all of those lights. So, with GIS and all of our continued efforts with technology, we're working on synchronized mapping services with the asset management software systems we use, and that's on track right now for a fourth quarter completion. Again, we're focusing on professional development, whether it's for our administrative professionals, for conference attendance at things like the International City Manager Association Conference or the American Public Works Association Conference. We've also, myself included, have been regularly attending Smart City conferences through the Smart Cities Connect program, which has been great and beneficial. Moving on to what we're planning for 2023. Again, the accreditation process and LED replacement program will continue. We're also going to continue all of the efforts with the Board of Public Works to manage the city's rights-of-ways, continue oversight of the city operations as the chief administrative body of the city, and just many thanks go out to Board President Kyla Cox-Deckard. She's been with the Board of Public Works in all 6 years that I've been here with Public Works, and to some of our newer members, Elizabeth Carone and Jennifer Lloyd. That biweekly meeting schedule is a pretty heavy lift for a commission at the city. And really appreciate the great work they do, the great questions they ask, and the attention they pay to all the different things they're responsible for. And with the asset management, we're working to coordinate with other departments and divisions on a regular basis, and that's to not only just coordinate with what we're doing, but also make sure we're updating all of the improvements that we're making throughout our transportation system to be reflected in that asset management system. Overall, administrative budget request of $2.26 million. We're going to continue to strive to provide those internal and external services as efficiently as we can. I think with our Category 3 and 4 spending, the main increases you're seeing here have to do with rising insurance deductibles, as well as some, we've set aside some additional consultant dollars this year. I think several of you are aware, CBU and Public Works have been in some ongoing conversations about facilities into the future. So CBU is exploring what they may do at the old Winston Thomas site, which may open up some opportunities for Public Works to modernize the facilities we operate out of down there at Hillside and Henderson. Undertaking some initial studies on that. Again, $2.26 million request. That's about a $100,000 increase over last year. And just kind of to finish with the administrative budget presentation, I know I've talked about this with the council in the past and in my budget presentations, but we really try to focus on 3 parts of a mantra for Public Works. That's that we're going to be good stewards of the resources we're provided with overseeing, so good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. We're going to operate in an environment of respect at all times, whether in our interactions amongst ourselves as staff members and colleagues, or with our interactions with the public. We're always going to operate in that environment of respect. And then we're always going to strive to just provide the highest levels of customer and resident services we can. That's something everyone standing behind me gets to hear about in every staff meeting we have, and we focus on that, and we really mean it. And I'm proud of each and every one of those folks that are sitting behind me tonight, and proud of what we do. So again, $2.26 million for the admin budget, and we're just going to continue trying to modernize and do things as sustainably as we can while using technology, asset management, and all the things that benefit the department. So happy to answer any questions, and that was with 1 minute and 40 to spare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wason. Are there questions for the Public Works Administration budget? Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. You mentioned that you are in the process of updating how the front desk is handled. Can you give a few more details about that?
Well, that's not just a Public Works initiative. That's been something that we've been looking at for several months with the mayor's office and others on, COVID changed many, many things with how we operate, but one of the things we realized is, that prior to COVID, as most of you know, anyone could walk into the building and walk back to any office in the building and try to find the staff member they wanted to either speak to or have business with. And with COVID, that all changed. And so one of the positives that's come out of that is we've realized that a lot of folks are taking advantage of the online services we have. But then we're also really looking at the atrium as more of a customer service center. So if you have business at City Hall, that's basic customer service oriented tasks. We'll try to take care of that in the atrium instead of having folks, go back into the offices throughout the building. It helps with a lot of different areas, but just the efficiency and the way that desk is being staffed to have additional staff up there to help residents when they come in has been something that's, I think, going pretty well right now.
Councilmember Flaherty? Oh, I thought you had your hand raised previously. Sorry. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Director Wason, thanks for all your work, and I don't mean this as a slight at all, but we had discussed this topic last year, and I'm still concerned about it, and maybe it fits here. You mentioned LED lights, and this is an administrative decision, so maybe we could discuss it here. The question is, I was concerned because certain LED wavelengths are detrimental to insects. A study in England showed like half the population of caterpillars missing underneath within vicinity of LEDs and hedgerows. And we discussed this, and it seems that you had also investigated it, and you were going to deploy ones that weren't harmful. And sorry, somebody, Deputy Mayor, did you want to add something? Okay. So I was driving on 3rd Street. I see the new LEDs. They're heavy in blue light. Blue light is supposed to be the bad light. Red light's supposed to be the better. Has this been considered, worked through? Are you certain of that? And could you just maybe even share what the type of light that you're using is?
I'm interested to know the new lights on 3rd Street that you're referring to. I don't know that we've installed any new lights.
Right?
I don't know that we've installed any new lights on 3rd Street since we've had discussion.
Atwater. Actually, it was on Atwater.
On Atwater?
Yeah.
That was last year. Those were installed last year, well before you and I had ever had any of those conversations. I'm happy to continue exploring that. We're trying to balance, yes, we want to explore what the best lighting type is for roadway, street lighting, for safety and everything, as well as for the environmental impacts they may have. So we'll continue that. We have not done any large-scale installations since we made the larger request.
Okay. I mean, LED lights use far less power, so that's really great.
It's the balance.
I'm all for that. Yeah, it's just a type of light, and I hate
Sure.
for us to put all these lights in and then say, hey, we did a bad turn for bird populations that feed on insects, et cetera. So we'll discuss it further.
Perfect. Thank
Bring
you.
that to your attention. Thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Wason on the administration budget? Councilmember Volan?
Thank you. Councilman Varallo asks an interesting question. I'd like to follow up with a question about whether your plans for upgrading to LED also take into account dark sky concerns. Like, will there be unnecessary light being shot upwards into the sky?
No, we would still meet the full cutoff standards per the UDO and everything. That technology exists for those LED lights.
Okay. Are you hesitant about Councilman Varallo's concern because you think that there's a prohibitive cost to a particular shade of light bulb? What's the hang up there?
There is no hang up.
Okay. It just sounded like I heard a hesitancy. Am I mistaking
No, I think we need to do some further exploration and look at which shades do what, and we're happy to engage in that conversation and that exploration
Great.
with our vendors and with our.
That's great.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scambolery.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I notice I'm on the Be Clear site right now, the data portal, and the 2018 sidewalk curb cut condition assessment is there, but the more recent data isn't. Will that be forthcoming?
I was going to talk about that, the street department budget, or street division budget, but yes, we've contracted that service here in 2022. They have finished their, we've contracted for that service in 2022 and hope to have all of that updated sidewalk, pavement, side path, sign, all of that condition index data will come to us in a final report, hopefully January 2023.
Okay, so we won't see this updated until first quarter, second quarter next year.
The Be Clear portal will not be updated until then. We have some preliminary analysis and information on side path conditions. We've got some preliminary analysis on pavement, but we have not received our final report that really extrapolates out those condition indexes to costs or to repair types or things like that.
And will you be making the preliminary data available?
I'm hesitant to put preliminary data out
Good
at any
thinking.
point in time, but once we get the roadway and side path data, we should be able to put out at least information. It likely won't go to the Be Clear portal, but we'd be happy to share that in conversation and with the council as that becomes available in a preliminary form.
Great,
Absolutely.
thank you.
And I will just tag on to that. Councilmember Flaherty brought this up during the engineering department budget discussion about the need to really have a comprehensive view of our needs as far as sidewalk repair and placing sidewalks where there are none and where the conditions are unsafe.
Absolutely.
This data that you were just talking about and that Councilmember Scambolery brought up, is that going to help us develop a comprehensive view of how much money it would take to make those kind of investment, to make those repairs and replacements?
It will be I don't, Joe, slap me if I say this wrong. I think it'll be the most dynamic set of data we will ever have when it comes to the condition of our sidewalks, as from not only the current condition of the concrete cement of the sidewalks, but also where sidewalks are missing, where large portions are missing, where gaps are. I firmly believe it'll be the most dynamic set of sidewalk data we will ever have. The final report from IMS, our vendor, will include things like, if you spend this much money on sidewalks per year, your ratings should go up by this. And we'll have varying models that for pavement, for sidewalks, for side paths, et cetera. So that it's going to be the most dynamic set of roadway sidewalk data that we've ever had.
And that's terrific. And that will come then with
The
price tags of bringing us
Absolutely.
up
Yep.
to better
Absolutely.
standards. Okay.
Yep.
All right, great.
Did I say that wrong at all? No? Yes.
Other questions for Mr. Wason on this division? All right, seeing none, we will go to the public. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on the Administration Division of Public Works budget proposal? If you're on Zoom and you'd like to make a comment, you can use the raise hand function. If that doesn't work, you can send a chat message to the meeting host or press *9 if you're on your phone. Deputy Council Attorney Kulak, do we have anybody?
There are no hands raised. If you've just joined and don't know how to raise your hand, you have to find it under the reactions feature. If you're on a phone using an app, you have to hit more to find it. Still no hands raised.
All right, well then we'll come back to council for any comments on the Administration Division of Public Works. Are there any council colleagues who would like to comment? Councilmember Rollo.
This will probably come up again later.
Sure.
Your department is responsibility, or at least shares responsibility for scooters. and this has been spoken with city legal and other departments in the city. I think you probably know that with the situation that the council, generally speaking, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I gather that a number of us are underimpressed by the scooter companies and the violations that continue to happen counter to the ordinance, and it's reaching a point really where it has to be, I think, either the code has to be implemented or the scooters have to go, in my mind. So, but I think probably you've been watching the budget and have gathered a lot of this, so I won't be redundant about it, but did want to bring that to your attention. You might want to mention, what you might do in your department as we proceed this evening. So, thank you.
Any other council comments?
And I certainly will.
All right. Well, then I'll ask the Chief Deputy Clerk to call the roll on the straw poll for Administration Division.
Councilmember Sims,
Yes.
Scambolery,
Yes.
Sandberg,
Yes.
Rallo,
Pass.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Pass.
and Volin.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that's 702. And now we can move on to the Animal Care and Control Division.
All right, Andrew, strike up that pretty picture of a cat, and we'll just leave it up there the whole time. I'm kidding.
Please do.
Next up, Animal Care and Control. As I've said many times before, the team at the City of Bloomington Animal Care and Control Division are some of the most passionate, empathetic, and caring team members one could ever imagine. They work tirelessly to make sure that we are a community focused on animal welfare in all forms. The animal shelter has 4 main program areas, and those include, I just lost my spot. Animal sheltering, volunteer programs, animal control officers, and then also managing and working through the interlocal agreement with Monroe County Animal Care and Control. ACC is staffed by 19.3 FTEs, full-time equivalents, and focuses on sheltering animals in our care and having the highest release rates as possible. They're proactive in educating the public on responsible pet ownership, and then we also provide animal control services citywide. Currently, at 31% of animals we're at 31% of animals moving through foster homes as of mid-year 2022. The live release formula that is calculated by dividing the number of animals that leave the shelter's care via adoption, return to owner, or transfer to a rescue group or organization currently resides at 95% mid-year 2022. I was behind a slide, sorry. Our volunteer coordination is currently at 4,137 recorded hours in 2022, which is 40% of our goal. We're hopeful we'll be able to meet the 10,280 hours, but I think we're still feeling a little post-pandemic hesitancy in that regard to a small extent. So, but we're doing well, we're doing good, and really just shout out to all of our amazing volunteers for all that they do to help the animal shelter operate the way it does. Currently, our goal is set at 78%. We're currently at 74% mid-year for closing our animal control calls within 24 hours. And that's just kind of, I think that our being below that goal has a lot to do with some investigations that are taking longer periods of time to, adjudicate is probably not the right word, but to move through the system. But we're still hopeful to meet that by the end of the year. For our 2023 goals for fostering and live release rates, we're going to strive to continue meeting our already high standards and really great numbers. For those that don't know about the foster program, that is where we have volunteer residents that will care for animals that would normally be in the shelter, but they do so in their homes. It's, it's just a really amazing thing they do for the animals, and, we've got a lot of really amazing animal welfare advocates in the community. Again, we're going to try to be at least 10,000 hours for our volunteer program in 2023. And those volunteers fill essential roles. They work on adoption matches, they work on direct animal care, they work on customer service needs, and they even help do maintenance and cleanup. It's just a really amazing group of folks that help out down at the animal shelter. And actually, just real quick, special shout out to Subaru. We get major donations each year through what's the name of it? Share the Love program through Subaru. So anytime somebody buys a Subaru or new or used, they give us a donation at the animal shelter, and it's been a really tremendous funding source for us. So thank you, Subaru. In terms of our humane education and public relations program, we at the animal shelter are probably unlike some of our peers in the industry, in the field, where we really strive to provide assistance post-adoption. We've had plenty of animals that have come back into our care that have been adopted out for a lot of different reasons, but we really, really focus on that pre-adoption education, but we also do the follow-up on the back end with the post-adoption. So just a really great effort down there. Our animal care, our animal control services. This is another 24/7 operation within the Public Works Department. Vicki Minder, Nick, and Kat, they do amazing work out in the field day in and day out. They're on call, somebody's on call 24/7. I see the call logs each and every morning. This time of year, there's barely a day that goes by where they're not responding to a bat in an apartment or a house at 3 in the morning, and that's all part of what we do. And I don't know what you folks do at 3 in the morning, but I know I'm trying to sleep at that time of day. So they put in amazing effort, and just big shout out to the staff there. Some of our budget highlights. This includes increases to our spay and neuter funding. Overall, Category 1 and 2, they have some slight increases in this, but you'll hear me say this repeatedly tonight. There are just rising costs in every way, shape, and form. So, and I know that's been a theme throughout the week, but so Category 1 and 2 increases. Category 1 obviously related to personnel, and then Category 2 related to some of those supply type increases. Category 3, just some nominal increases for some additional costs with cell phone services. And then moving on, we've got, so Animal Care and Control has their regular general fund budget, and then we've got our donations over $5,000 funding source that is separate. And so just some highlights from the donations line. We are requesting about a $23,000 increase overall. One of the main reasons for that is I talked about our Great Foster program. We could use a little help administering that program. That primarily falls to the shelter manager for all of those services, coordination services, and so we're looking to do a temporary foster care coordinator position with some of those donation dollars. If I didn't mention it earlier, an animal in a home being cared for by an individual is a lot less stressed than an animal in the shelter. We're additionally going to look to, for Category 3, do some repairs within the dog housing areas that are necessary with some of this funding. And then just general breakdown by category for 1, 2, 3, and 4. No, as you can see here, no major Capital 4 requests. We've got a nice newer shiny facility down there that isn't requiring the capital investments really at this time. So appreciate your support for that in the past. Overall budget summary here, year to year, 2023 request is $1.855 million. That's about a 4% or $79,000 increase over 2022. Just again, can't give enough kudos, shout outs, high fives, hugs, all the things to the staff down there at Animal Care and Control. They really knock it out of the park. Just my sincerest thanks to Virgil Souter, our Animal Care and Control Director, Robin Peffinger, the shelter manager. Turns out I'd been mispronouncing Robin's name for like 5 years, so it's Peffinger, not Pfeffinger. I just realized that, so I'm enunciating it. But Robin's our new shelter manager. She took over for Julia Epley, a longtime city employee that I just give big shout outs to in her new ventures. But the ACOs, the animal care technicians, all of them, just big shout outs to the great work they do down at the animal shelter. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wason. Questions on the animal care and control budget? Councilmember Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report, Mr. Wason. Having all your staff here, it's probably going to cost you a lot of donuts and coffee tomorrow, huh?
I told him I should have let him do this virtually, and then I completely forgot.
That's okay. It's so good to see him here. Got good relations with you and a lot of your staff, so thank you very much. Let's talk about, if you will, your comprehensive wildlife management program. That's something we talk about every year.
Yep.
It's particularly dear in neighborhoods. So let's talk about that program.
Is there a specific question or just a general update?
I just heard comprehensive wildlife. Well,
yeah.
Let's start with an update, yeah.
So what I can tell you is that Virgil and his team had been working in the first and second quarter throughout of this year with the Animal Control Commission. Yes, I always get that wrong. Animal Control Commission, and they have drafted up a draft animal wildlife management plan. It will have some urban deer. Yeah, you come on up. Yeah. It will have some components regarding urban deer. That's going to be a large-scale community-wide conversation in my mind, not something that it would just be administered or at the directive of Animal Care and Control. But that is something they've been working on in the first and second quarter. Animal Control Commission approved the draft policy statement, and we're currently now in that next phase of trying to bring it to a larger audience with the public, a larger audience with the council, and plan to do that in quarter 3 and 4 this year.
Okay. In that, what you just told me, was there something about controlling deer in our neighborhood? Did I miss that?
That I said that would have to be part of a larger community conversation on how that gets managed.
Okay, how do we start that? Because we've been talking about this pretty much as long as I've been on council. And I know that you are doing it, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like there's not a whole lot of movement. I mean, there's some things I turn in or questions, and it's not so much you, but I get a different answer that isn't moving anything. So when I see this program, I just kind of want to know maybe something that we're about to do.
Councilmember Sims, in all honesty, I don't know that conversation is going to be led by Public Works or the Animal Care and Control Division. When I say I think it needs to be a larger community conversation, I have some historical knowledge and experience in the conversation about managing urban deer, and I still have some scars. And I think it just has to be a much broader conversation than something that's simply led by Public Works.
Okay, thank you. I'm about to run out of time, and I do have another question when it comes back around. But when we do have this larger conversation, you say scars, I want you to include people that have been bitten by deer tick and have had a bunch of issues, and it turns it into more of a public health thing as well. No, it's okay. It's not a dig at you or anything. I just want to make sure we're being included.
I completely understand that. I absolutely 100% understand that, and do not by any means what's the word I'm looking for here? But I don't make any light of the fact of the dangers, the health implications of deer tick bites, and what that can cause. So, none at all.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Scambaluri.
Could you work your way back, please, to the slide on budget goals, animal control field operations? And while we're getting there, I'm interested in doing some benchmarking in general. The 95% live release rate seems extraordinary to me. Can you give us a sense of how that compares nationally?
Virgil? I'm sorry, which? Wrong way.
Virgil Souter, Director of Animal Care and Control. So nationally, there's a wide range in where shelters fall as to what their live release rates are. For an animal control and a government-run shelter, that is, we're at the top of the line. We're in the top of the class with that live release rate. Thinking about euthanasia for the shelter and what we specifically do, we're largely looking at injured, aggressive animals at this point in time.
Thank you.
Top of the class, I like that.
And 3 slides after this one is the one I was looking for. The 78% of animal control calls closed within 24 hours. What keeps a call? What kinds of things keep a call from being closed, for example?
Virgil?
So we don't close out a call until we have progress in the investigation. So the majority of our calls tend to be calls that can be closed within 24 hours, like a stray dog. A lot of our complaints are, but if we start an investigation, we'll keep that call open. So if it's like an animal care complaint that needs multiple days follow-up with the individual, we will keep that open multiple days.
I understand. Thank you. I'm not sure where I am on time, but a few of us just wanted to know what's happening in this picture. It looks like a little possum family.
Baby possums. Yeah, Vicky to the rescue of probably baby possums where they didn't belong. I will just share an anecdotal one, or not last week on the weekend, we got my phone started blowing up on Saturday, I think it was. Yeah, Saturday. With Bryan Park pool staff, there was a possum that had gotten into the kiddie pool area, and we had some issues with getting on-call officers to the site because of other obligations they were at. And then we got extra time because there was an incident in the kiddie pool, and they had to close it anyway. It's kind of an episode of Parks and Rec in the making.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your part in resolving any of that. So.
All right, other questions? Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but I do want to give you an opportunity to talk about some of the issues you've had at the shelter recently with overcrowding. And I was kind of following all your Facebook posts. It seems like you had one donor or maybe several who actually help with adoption fees. And so I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that and give that person or individuals a shout out, but that was very kind.
I'll start with a general comment just to say that when I hear from staff at the animal shelter, you know, the late summer months are always really pretty busy, almost overwhelming year after year after year. Whether it's the amount of animals being surrendered to our care, you know, the litters being born, et cetera, et cetera. What I can tell you is when I hear from Virgil that we're at capacity, we're beyond that's when I know, okay, we got to really start. So, Virgil, if you want to talk about that real quick.
Yeah, so mid-July, we were above capacity in our holding. Since then, I would like to do a shout out to our donors that have sponsored the fees, kind of got the ball rolling to push our adoption program. They did want to remain anonymous, so I will respect that, but do want to do a definite shout out to them. Or
pitch for anyone else that wants to.
Always take assistance with donations at the shelter for adoption fees or adoption program or any of the other operations that we do. I am very proud of my staff in that time of overcrowding and the volunteers and our foster groups that have stepped up, that we maintained our live release rate goals even when we were facing overcrowding. So we didn't have to euthanize just for space during that time. Since then, our numbers are down. We're no longer storing anything in our bathrooms or offices or nooks and crannies of the shelter. So we are in what, as Adam said before, our normal busy time of the year.
Yeah, and I thoroughly enjoyed my visit with you, and you have an awesome staff. We did talk about deer, and I remember your advice that if you were to give one piece of advice to people about the urban deer issue is don't feed the deer. This is coming right from Virgil, because they're just not safe in the urban environment, so we don't want to attract them in, right? So anyway, thanks to you.
All right, Councilmember Rollo.
Wildlife management team, this is music to my ears. So in what stage of the process are we right now?
as I mentioned earlier, the Animal Control Commission approved a draft policy that we're on wildlife management, and that was worked on through the first and second quarter of the year. Honestly, it didn't get a lot of attention here during these last couple months as we've been really overwhelmed with trying to get budgets ready and all of that. But I'm open to taking the advice of the council and the input of the council on what best next steps forward. Should it be a committee? Should it be, I don't know what it should be going forward, but we would love to have involvement and assistance in shepherding a program like that from council and community organizations.
Mr. Souter received some information from me. It's a couple of years back. I can resend it on what I think a management team would look like, its aim, its scope, what it would consider, things like that. So I appreciate the invitation. I can resend that.
And can I just clarify, you're mentioning a wildlife management team or wildlife management
Committee,
plan?
A group that would be studying the I don't want to call it a problem necessarily, but the topic that would be advising city administration, the various departments that could be involved, including animal care and control. You know, I think it could, in terms of deer, I think at least counting them would be advisable, so we at least knew the degree of impact. Councilmember Sandberg talked about the need to ban feeding. I think that's a good idea. Signage on arterials and things like that to prevent, you know, impacts, because we were mapping deer and impacts, and they seem to prefer certain routes and things like that. So, you know, and then what might be done to control populations if it's problematic. Mm-hmm. And that could include birth control, because the field's advanced and things like that. So, and we have an island population. We didn't know that when the Deer Task Force came out. We have essentially an island population, as the Ball State study said, so it could be feasible. Okay, yes, so that was my question is, what was this, where is it at? It sounds like we're in a place where the council could be engaged to develop this.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Flaherty, did I see your hand earlier? I did not. You must have a ghost hand that I keep seeing up there. Any other questions from my colleagues?
Are we in the second round?
Second round.
Second round, let's go back to Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. Before I get to the question, I will mention earlier this year, going down West 7th and Elm right there at Banneker Center.
Yep.
As we stop at the four-way stop, then over the wall come 3 deer. So it's not just an east side problem as we are concerned. I'm sorry, I don't want to call it a problem. I've attended a lot of meetings with neighborhood associations, and so it is, there's some sort of a migration, I think. And maybe it's just something I don't know about, but that's something for another day. What I want to talk about today is obviously, and I'm real proud of my colleagues, when we did legislation that stopped puppy mill sales of dogs and cats.
Oh, yes.
And got that out of retail sales. I guess my question would be if you could share with us, how has that affected our dogs and cats in animal care control, and particularly with being able to adopt them? So I thought we were doing programs where we take them to certain places, and how's that work? How's that working? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that legislation goes into effect starting in January, so we won't really see a whole lot.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so it passed this year. It goes into effect in January. So at that point, we'll kind of start seeing whether and if there is an effect with the shelter.
Okay, as an attorney that I'm not, I withdraw that question. Thank you. We'll talk more about it later, though.
Councilmember Rollo, did you have another question?
I did. This had to do with, some years ago, we decided, and I think it was the right decision, we still take animals from surrounding counties, but now we charge a fee. Has that fee remained the same? So it used to be $20 or something per animal?
Yeah, that fee has remained the same. It is one of the things we're looking at with the Animal Control Commission as far as ordinance update recommendations, because all of our shelter expenses are increasing.
I understand that, and don't go away, because I also wanted to ask, so part of the dilemma at the time was that there were a lot of animals coming in from other counties, and it was overwhelming our facilities, and so we needed to charge, and that diminished the number of animals that were being dropped off. Now, that was a bad situation for the animals, potentially, if there weren't facilities in Owen or Greene County or so forth. Has the situation improved in those counties in terms of their owning up to responsibility regarding stray and abused animals?
There has been some slight improvements in those areas, but there definitely hasn't been a huge increase in what they're able to take in as far as animal control and sheltering.
Okay, so they're basically in stasis. They haven't improved. Too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, thank you for that information.
All right, any other questions from colleagues at this point? All right, we will go to the public for any comments on the animal care and control budget. If you are here in chambers, you can come to the podium. If you are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. If that doesn't work, you can send a chat message to the meeting host or press *9 on your phone, and everybody would have up to 2 minutes. I don't see anybody here in chambers. Deputy Attorney Kulak, do we have anybody on Zoom?
At this time, there are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, we'll give it just another moment. Still nothing?
Still nothing.
All right, very good. We'll come back to council members. Does anybody have any final comments on this division's budget? Seeing none, I will ask the Chief Deputy Clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Scamilleri?
Yes.
Sandberg?
Yes.
Rallo? Rallo?
Pass.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Volin?
Yes.
And Sims?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that vote is 801. And we will move right on to Facilities Maintenance Division. Mr. Wason.
Yes, me again. So the Facility Maintenance Division is an area of great importance day in and day out to the operations of the city. Keeping our buildings safe, accessible, efficient, and operational is just one of the many aspects that make this division important to our overall operations. J.D. Boroff and his team with Barry Wallach, Russell Flake, and Chris Smith, our downtown specialists, they work hard not only to maintain the buildings that we're tasked with being responsible for, such as City Hall, Fire Department, Police Department, sanitation garage, animal shelter, you name it, all of those facilities, but they've also been tasked with overseeing the downtown specialist program for many, many years now. And I'll get into some greater detail, but with the Downtown Specialist Program, that's where the Brighton B-Town program now lives. So Chris serves as kind of in a leadership position managing that work, but in my career with the city, I don't know that there's a program I've been more proud to say that is being successful than the Brighton B-Town program. I'll get into some more of the data behind that in a little bit, but that supportive employment partnership with Centerstone has been just really, it's one of the things I'm probably most proud that we've ever done in Public Works. We do a lot of great stuff, don't get me wrong, but the impacts that program's having on the people that are participating and the impacts on the community in terms of beautification efforts, I think is just really amazing. Overall, the Facilities Maintenance Division has 4 full-time equivalents. As I mentioned, major initiatives include the Brighton B-Town program, but these employees have 23 buildings they're responsible for, 770,000 square feet, and those buildings range from a newer modern facility like the animal control facility and the animal shelter to, this building, which is a historically preserved building that is 100 years old. Some of the major efforts we've been working on and have had great success with are getting our HVAC components on a higher technology platform to allow for some remote controlling of it. And, I could get into the weeds here and everything, but buildings like this building that are historically preserved and modified to serve the function that they do end up with something like 80 heat pumps and all kinds of varying pieces of equipment to, heat, cool, do the plumbing and such. And just with these HVAC, the ability to do this remotely is just is something that 10 years ago, I don't know that we ever thought was possible at this building, and been a great project to get in place. We're proud of our safety efforts, and we're proud of the training that goes into those safety efforts. We promote and maintain a safe work environment through OSHA standards day in, day out, and actively work on increasing our training in that area. Some other 2022 budget highlight or goal updates. We're tasked with removing graffiti from city facilities, so whenever that occurs, we're doing that within 3 days. And then we also, especially in the downtown, with the Brighton B-Town crews or the facilities downtown specialists are always striving to take care of safety hazards on sidewalks within 1 day. Overall, we had 0 lost time from OSHA reportable accidents, and as far as trying to further our sustainability efforts, we are that's not the right slide, but we are looking to switch over all of our equipment from gas-powered to electric battery-operated over the next couple of years, in this year and next budget cycle. Again, going into next year's budget goals, we're still looking to implement greater technologies for our control components that help make our fixtures more efficient. And whenever we're looking at new designs, obviously looking at the latest technologies for efficiency, et cetera. The Brighton B-Town program. When I say it's the program that we've been, that I've been most proud of, the clients of Centerstone that are taking up this supportive employment opportunity are working 5 days a week, the same schedule as the downtown specialists. So they work Monday, Tuesday, they take they work Thursday through Monday. So they take Tuesday, Wednesday off when Chris isn't working, but we've got some statistics on the thousands and thousands of pounds of debris that they've removed from gutters and city streets, the thousands of feet of yellow curb they've painted, the hundreds of fire hydrants they've painted. Last year we were utilizing these crews to help with some of the snow control efforts that were important to the council in the downtown and in pedestrian areas. I went out and, on occasion go out and work with these crews, but worked with them this past Saturday. And I don't in any way, I want to just highlight the importance the program is to the individuals that are taking part. The things that they say of how it's impacting them and their road to where they're trying to get is really remarkable. And just a big shout out to Chris Smith. He does a great job managing those crews. And in this budget request, you're going to see that we're asking for twice the amount of money that we've used last year. It's moving some funding sources around and such, but just truly remarkable program. I'm going to lose out on time here if I don't stop talking. So they're one of the areas where I think it could have been most noticeable. But if you can think of the bypass between 3rd Street and all the way up to Denny's at the bypass, our friends at INDOT don't maintain beyond the curb. They're not going to go out and sweep. They're not going to go out and remove weeds between the sidewalk and the curb line. the beautification efforts, I mean, we did a lot, right, leading into August and on the bypass and on the corridors that lead into the city. And it might just be noticeable to people like me that geek out on this stuff, but just the effort there and the noticeable improvement of the cleanup efforts is tremendous. Overall budget request for the Facilities Maintenance Division for 2023 is $1.365 million. And that has a significant increase, about $350,000, all primarily related to increasing what we're doing with the Brighton B-Town program. Personnel request, or Category 1 personnel is up by about $17,000, but overall, we've got in Category 2 some increases related to the supplies, equipment, workwear for the program, for the members that are taking part in the program. Of course, increased fuel, oil costs, and material costs as well there in the Category 2 supplies. But here, Category 3, so the $358,000 increase is not only an increase for the budget for the Brighton B-Town project, but our snow control costs that are contracted have gone up year after year. Our landscape maintenance costs are going up year after year with contracts, so those are built into the Category 3. And then Category 4 is actually a decrease because of what we were able to do last year with the HVAC modernization. Here's just another breakdown by fund. You'll see the $465,000 highlighted with the ED lit there. And again, overall budget request of $1.365 million, with the majority of that percentage increase being for supply increases and then increases to the Brighton B-Town program. And with that, I would be glad to take any questions, and I'll, as general part of the follow-up and the questions, even if we don't get asked, I'll provide some data on the great work that the Brighton B-Town program has had. Beyond me highlighting that program, you know, the Facilities Division is assisting the fire department with their space needs. JD and his team are actively working on the proposal for the west side of the showers facility, and all that goes into the due diligence there. The Waldron Arts Center and everything that took place there and the transition to Constellation, JD and his team were taking care of. They assist with parking facilities, maintenance needs. I could go on and on and on about the things that JD and his team take on behalf of the city, but just want to just shout out to that whole team and the efforts that they do across the board. And happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. All right, council member questions on the Facilities Division budget. Do we have any? All right, well, I'll start us off then. Councilmember Smith, go ahead.
Oh, I have one. Part of your job is for security, physical structure security for buildings. So has there been any initiatives, or is there any money contained in this budget for this year to increase physical security
So what I would
for City Hall?
What I would say in that regard is absolutely. I think you want. No, you go. So what I can say, I felt somebody coming up behind me. So what I can say about that is absolutely 100% yes, that we have a city team with council representatives that are looking at building safety and security for City Hall, as well as some of our other facilities. We're not going to publicly share everything that's involved in that process for, obvious reasons. But yes, it's absolutely a priority for us. And I believe if Mr. Underwood is on there, he would agree with the next statement that would say that any of the costs that may be associated with that would come in a separate appropriation request, either at the end of the year, yes, I got it right, or in subsequent requests for additional funding. But yes, we've got some, not only for security, but we've got some architects engaged on the atrium and what it may look like with the customer service center, but then also additional steps with overall building safety, security, and we're actively working on things presently and then also for the longer term.
Thank you, Director Wason.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I have a couple of questions. I'm really thrilled to hear about the success of Brighton B-Town and the expansion of that program. How long do the Brighton B-Town employees usually stay with the city?
We've got some that have participated for multiple seasons. We've got some that, participate for a month or two, find other employment. We've had some that have participated for a month or two and said, that's not really for me. But I can probably get you some more specifics on that as I think I can probably get you some more anecdotal specifics because they're not city employees but clients of Centerstone. There is some level of privacy, and they're clients and paid through Centerstone. They're not actually paid city staff. So some of that information we're not privy to other than the anecdotal. But like I said, we've got several folks that have participated for multiple seasons, and I think overall we're probably at 40 or 50 individuals that have taken part.
And I believe the timer is not accurate for my time, so I'm going to go ahead. The snow removal that the Brighton B-Town crew did this past season, I get the impression with previous conversations with you, Mr. Wason, that it was kind of done as they had time. And I wonder if you could speak a little bit to a more systematic approach in the coming snow season with downtown snow removal.
It wasn't necessarily done ad hoc, but I can tell you we don't get as many folks that want to participate in the coldest weather days of the winter. But we did have, hang on, I know I've got some info here. So where we focused last year was within the downtown area, focusing on curb ramps in particular. So where the curb ramps are meeting the street. I think we had 8 winter weather events, and they worked around the courthouse and then down the 7 line primarily. And then honestly, the Kirkwood businesses do better than some of the outer around the square and such with keeping the ADA sidewalks clear. And then I do believe they spent one day on South Walnut between like Dixie and Hillside trying to help with some of those monolithic sidewalks. I'm willing to commit to continuing efforts like we have around with the ADA ramps, but lengthy sections of snow removal from monolithic sidewalks is something that's going to need additional funding sources or additional resources put towards it. This program won't be able to meet that objective.
I understand that, but it's ironic because it's just those monolithic sidewalks that get snow dumped on them by city snow removal trucks that work the roads, and so it's particularly frustrating for people who have to walk those sidewalks, and given that South Walnut Street is the location of the Shalom Center and
all of those adjacent property owners are responsible for that. We have to count on the adjacent property owners to be responsible for sidewalk clearing. If we start taking that on in a large scale at the city, it doesn't end. If we have a neighbor on South Lincoln that doesn't clear theirs, are we going to have to go clear it for that? It's a really slippery slope for us in terms of trying to take that on as a city service when it clearly falls to the adjacent property owner.
Yes. So is there any active enforcement, or is it still totally complaint-based?
I think that'd be a question for Hand.
Okay. All right. I'll ask Mr. Zodi. Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty, now you really do have your hand up this time.
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I want to follow up on the same topic.
Yep.
Obviously, it's been a sort of years-long conversation we're having and looking at options. I certainly take your points about, this is a liability that maybe we can't take on in the entire city scale. But I still feel like we could probably identify a discrete number of kind of high-impact areas to do this. Obviously, the university takes it on in their, sort of sidewalk and pedestrian infrastructure system. They've got all sorts of small vehicles that are, outfitted with plows, and they are very good about this, from the start of snow falling. So like, it's not, it doesn't strike me as something that would be impossible to fund. One person or maybe a few people working on those days with the appropriate equipment, on the high impact areas, it seems like could have a real impact on accessibility challenges posed by the current system. And I think that's like where we're all coming from with the concern. We've had council members speak to this throughout the budget hearings. It's not just scooters, it's also sanitation bins on sidewalks, and especially the areas where there's few alternatives to that. But it's also, poor compliance with not putting on sidewalks where there are other opportunities. And then yes, the snow removal piece, there's probably others. So I guess I want to make sure that we're being consistent and holistic in looking at the accessibility challenges of our pedestrian infrastructure. And I guess I want to ask about your thoughts about that approach, like actually having dedicated equipment and staff time for a discrete, set of difficult areas, essentially monolithic sidewalks, high traffic corridors for pedestrians, whatever it is. And what would it take to kind of scope that from a logistical and financial perspective?
Sure. So a couple comments there. It's not that we don't do, that we don't try to undertake efforts to clear pedestrian passageways for accessibility. Again, I'm going to point to NDOT. We've taken on the challenge of clearing snow and ice on all of the overpasses over I-69 because we can't get our partners at NDOT to do that. Our street department has been tasked with being responsible for clearing all of the protected bike lanes. We clear, either contracted or with our own crews, every one of the side paths that are under our responsibility. So I don't want it to seem like we don't do anything to improve the accessibility options for pedestrians during snow events. What I'm more concerned with is taking on what is very clearly an adjacent property owner's responsibility per city code. Once we get into that, that's where the slippery slope starts for me. City code's not super specific with ADA ramps throughout the downtown, and is it the corner property owner or not? That's why we really focus on that as an accessibility improvement. So I don't want it to sound like we don't do anything when it comes to clearing snow from pedestrian facilities. We do a whole lot of that.
Right, thank you.
Yep. And yes, we can work to scope some more.
All right, other questions on the facilities maintenance budget? Seeing none, we will go to the public for comment on the facilities maintenance division budget. You would have 2 minutes. You can come here live if you're here in chambers, or via Zoom, you can use the raise hand function or send a chat to the meeting host or *9 on your phone. Deputy Attorney Kulak, do we have anybody?
At this time, there are no hands raised, and if you don't know how to raise your hand, you can find it in the Reactions tab. If you're on a smart device, you can find that in the More tab. Still no hands raised.
All right. Well, then we'll come back to city council members for any final comments. Are there any? Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you, and yes, thank you, Mr. Wason. Good points. Certainly credit where it's due on the great work you all do on side paths and trails, snow removal, and some of the other initiatives of recent years. I think, again, looking at the whole system, there are unique conditions of certain sidewalks that we can address through some sort of targeted effort that I don't think will break the bank. And I'm interested in exploring that problem and actually getting into the weeds with it. And regarding that being like a slippery slope to unfair enforcement of code, I think we could clarify any ambiguity in that respect in code. Like we can just define these strips because of these unique characteristics will be maintained by the city. So just wanted to mention that I think there are ways to address your concerns. Of course, it's not without cost, but I think it's worth us exploring more deeply. So thank you again for the conversation on that.
I forgot to just real quick follow up because I meant to mention it in my response to your initial question. The other aspect of this that we're actively engaged in right now is the innovation project through Daveta and her team that is looking specifically at sidewalks and equity issues and blockages and so that conversation that's for sanitation carts or vegetation or snow. So that's something I wanted to mention as something that we're also actively taking part in Public Works.
Thank you again.
Any other council comments? Yes, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I'll chime in on that one. I always, of course, struggle with this specifically snow removal, and I am up for trying to figure out something that we can do as more of an official, probably pilot program, if that means looking at the downtown overlay map or another area that makes sense as maybe getting into this world. I understand that this is, if we were to plow all of our sidewalks in the city, that is a massive undertaking and an enormous change in funding for public works in the city budget, for sure. I just have a hard time when our comprehensive plan says we are to prioritize bike ped, and a little bit of me was like, do I really understand what the word prioritize means? But then I looked it up, and it is treat something as more important than the others. And so I just feel like if we are plowing roads and not sidewalks, that's not prioritizing bike ped. And I think there are some ways that we can look at transferring funds that, I think we've talked about in the past, like if we cannot plow all 3 lanes of Walnut, but if we plow 2 lanes of Walnut, and just what does that look like if we still make a workable city for automobiles and then add in bike ped infrastructure for getting around in snowy times. So I'm still just very interested in exploring that, and I understand it's a big undertaking, but it's something that I am up for discussing and looking at ideas from what other cities are doing to see what we could bring in here.
Very good. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the Deputy Clerk, please, Chief Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes.
Rallo.
Pass.
Flaherty.
No.
Smith.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Pass.
Rosenbarger.
No.
Volin.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
And Scambolery.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is 5-2-2. And now we move on to the Fleet Maintenance Division. Mr. Wason.
Fleet Maintenance, Adam Wason once again. I think I've probably used this opening line in multiple budget presentations, and I'm going to use it for Fleet Maintenance, and I'm going to use it again because I truly believe it. Fleet maintenance could very easily be considered the backbone of all of the services offered by the City of Bloomington. And I truly mean that. Without the work and efforts of the mechanics and the team at Fleet Maintenance, our operations would not be able to exist in the way that they do. The amount of talent and effort it takes to keep the wide range of fleet vehicles and equipment well-maintained and operational is something that never ceases to amaze me. The skills that the team possesses down there, it's truly remarkable, and it's often unheralded when we think about city operations. As an internal service department, they're not external facing to the public. The public probably doesn't, most of the public probably don't know what the Fleet Maintenance Division does or that we even have one, but without Fleet, the team with Jason Spear, with Bradley, with Ryan, Kenny, I keep going and name every mechanic down there. Without them, we'd be in a world of hurt and just really amazed by the amount of talent and not only talent but creativity that they take when trying to address the wide array of difficult situations they encounter day in, day out. One of the things I'm most happy to announce tonight is that in this budget request, we are adding a full-time mechanic as proposed here. I can tell you there's been, that request has has occurred in the past, and it's just ever needed. We are overwhelmed at times. I know the mayor, I don't have the statistics right in front of me at this time, but the mayor cited the number of vehicles per mechanic since 2004 to today, and, it's a 30 vehicle increase, this will start to make a dent in that, and so we do appreciate that from the Job Evaluation Committee, and hope that the council will support it. Just with what we do at fleet maintenance, preventative maintenance, routine maintenance, those are imperative to keeping the fleet operational and to try to get the most useful life out of all of the investments we make in vehicles and equipment. We've got specific goals on the numbers that we try to meet there, and it's imperative to keeping the fleet up and running. We're still in the process of trying to implement a wide-ranging asset management system. Some aspects of that are working really well right now. We're still working with the vendor on some other aspects that we're trying to get some improvement with. And that's been an effort. It's been a multi-year effort, and with some disappointments with some pretty major disappointments along the way, but I'll just generally say that the software industry and the project managers are moving very rapidly from organization to organization in the telecommuting world right now. I could point to about 3 different software projects that we've had multiple project managers on right now, and this is one of them, but we're hoping to work through the issues that we've been having. Again, we're trying to invest in capital to reduce the amount of emergency work or major work that is necessary to keep the fleet up and running. Just in terms of some things down at the fleet garage, we've, as part of our goals, looking at some paving projects and then also implementing some inventory management procedures through the asset management program. Again, moving into our 2023 budget goals, it's preventative routine maintenance, trying to do as much as that each and every week as possible. Our mobile oil change, our mobile preventative maintenance service van is also helping the efficiency of that so that we can go out to the sites that such as mineral water treatment plant, parks facilities, other off-site facilities where we can go do that preventative maintenance on-site all at one time when we're there. Again, we're always trying to prioritize, which vehicles are most important to be worked on at this point in time. We're always going to obviously, look to make sure our fire trucks and our emergency vehicles are up and running, and then work on down from a priority, making sure sanitation, utilities, others that are those 24/7 operations and such that need their equipment to meet their goals and their missions. Just additional 2023 budget goals. It might not mean much to folks but tracking DEF usage, so DEF usage, this is for all of our diesel equipment, trying to get a better handle on that for the different departments that need that product. And then one of the things we're doing in 2020, I know we just entered into the contract, and I think it just started mid-year 2022, but with our compliance records for our fueling stations, we've always tried to manage that internally with assistance through CBU. We've contracted that work. It's highly technical and you don't want to get compliance records with the EPA wrong, not that we have in the past, but having a professional firm on board to do that is something we're very pleased to have for the rest of 2022 and into 2023. Again, parts inventories, and so we're tracking our consumables down there, trying to make sure we're tracking our inventory 10% monthly and then doing that 100% yearly. We do have a new wash bay that is not in the picture. That's a big piece of equipment, but we've got a new wash bay down at the fleet garage as of last year. And one of the things we want to put just a card reader on it so we know who's using it and be able to cost that out to the various departments for the usage and such. We've moved, some folks may remember the day and age when we used to have our city auction at the Frank Southern Ice Arena. We've completely moved from in-person traditional auctions to using the GovDeals auction site, which so many other public agencies use, and it has been with great success. I could probably pull the numbers, but we've auctioned probably 20 or 30 vehicles in the last year and a half or so through that with great ease compared to all of the work that used to go in putting the annual auction on. Just some overall budget highlights at fleet maintenance. $4.14 million budget request. Just a reminder to the council, that is self-funded by all the other departments that utilize the service. And that is an increase of $480,000 across the board. It won't surprise you one bit. Obviously, we're having a Category 1 increase with the new position, but costs have risen tremendously. Fuel prices, obviously, everybody knows that, but vehicle parts, inventory, and supply costs have also, and tires in particular, have all risen at pretty rapid rates over these last couple years, so we're trying to make up for that with this budget request, and understanding it comes at, with support from all the other departments. Category 3, a decrease. We installed new garage doors down there last year, so that's part of that decrease. And then just with the Category 4, you'll see we're not asking for any capital outlay funding right now. If it was a perfect world, we would be, but it's not. And we could use additional bays down there. We could use a parts building, a tire building. But given all the other cost increases we've had to absorb and pass along to the other departments, and then in addition to the possibility of having some future studies done on the site in terms of our longer-term facility needs, we're going to hold off on those major capital requests in this budget. Then we move to just the by fund, Category 1, 2, 3, and 4. You'll see that breakdown there. Overall request, again, $4.149 million, with the vast majority of the increase being associated with rising fuel costs, part costs, and everything else. So kudos to the team down there. Like I said, just the amount of skill, talent, creativity that they come up with on all of the different things that they face day in and day out to keep the fleet running is really tremendous. Happy to, I do want to mention, we continue to work with Lauren Clement, I'm getting her name. Clemens, sorry, I'm going back to maiden name, I think. And trying to come up with a more formalized green fleet purchasing policy. I think we would have probably made a bit of more of an advancement on that in the past year had there been more availability. But quite honestly, the availability of vehicles right now has been so scarce that we've not made a lot of progress there. And happy to answer questions about that during the question and answer period.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wason. Are there questions on the fleet maintenance budget? Yes, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. You're probably going to get several questions tonight about AFSCME. Do you have AFSCME workers in all of your departments, or maybe all, but I know you have them in animal control?
Okay, so no, not all divisions have AFSCME employees. So administrative division does not have AFSCME employees. Parking services does not have AFSCME employees. But street, fleet, sanitation, animal care and control, and facilities, those 5 divisions all have AFSCME employees.
Okay, and again, as you describe your fleet crew as the backbone of all services and operations, you'd be in a world of hurt without them. Their skills are remarkable. I'm not going to be the first council member up here to emphasize how much we hope the collective bargaining goes well. And that we're able to, if not at this point, we're able to incorporate some of that into the final budget when we get to it. So,
Hey, Deputy Mayor Don Griffin, how you guys doing? In regards to our negotiations with AFSCME, we This has been done before where a contract hasn't been in place, and it doesn't really make sense to actually put money aside in a budget if there is no contract in place. I think that's been that's been what you've done in the past. And the question would become, the question I would ask you, how much money would we put in there? I don't think, because the negotiations are quiet, or kept quiet, you have no idea if we're $100 million apart or $10 apart. So what number would you put into the budget to cover that cost?
And to be
I think
clear,
you have to continue just to let nature take its course. They've got their team, we have our team.
Yeah, to be clear, that was not my question, because
Okay.
I'm very well aware that at the end of a process, it comes back to us by way of an appropriation ordinance after the fact. I'm clear about that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, it is my hope that these negotiations go well. I understand that they've stopped now because we're in budget week, but they're going to be continuing soon, and I'm wishing everybody well in getting that together as soon as possible, and that we're able to know what's in store for our AFSCME employees.
Absolutely, and they are very valuable. They are the backbone. All our employees are the backbone of, we've got over 800, and we'll get to it, all right?
I trust that you will. Thank you.
Other questions regarding fleet maintenance? Councilmember Rollo.
Thanks to my colleague, Council President Sandberg. You had a breakdown of what particular parts of Public Works have AFSCME employees. What is the total number? We were told that there are 180 total in the city, and I'm just wondering what proportion of that is in your department.
I'll have to follow up specifically, but I think we're about 80%, roughly.
About 80% of those are?
That's probably about fair, right? We'll follow up with that in the written response for sure, the exact breakdown of union, non-union employees in Public Works.
Yeah. So I think that part of the reason we're concerned is the retention of employees, because as you say, you know, they work as a team, and if you lose members of the team, there's a problem with cohesiveness. You know, they develop expertise, they have knowledge, and then if we lose them, that's a cost to the city. So I'm sure you share that concern.
Is this a question?
Yeah, it is.
What's that? There was a question there?
The retention of employees is a concern of your department, because apparently turnover is a problem in various, for various employees, various departments. And it's a concern of ours, concern of mine. The HR director was coming to us with information related to the turnover. So I'm just asking, we're on the same page in terms of that concern.
I don't know if I could, well, what I would say generally is I want to make sure in Public Works we're retaining every employee that is valuable to the organization, including our AFSCME members. I know there are particular pressures across the board with different skill sets being in very high demand across the industries. You know, we want to come up with creative ways to make sure we're retaining our folks, and beyond that, I'll leave the union negotiations to the various teams and wouldn't comment further on that. But yeah, absolutely, want to retain all of our talented folks.
Great. And just to say that I appreciate Deputy Mayor Griffin's position and what he said, but also recognize that our position, we have a certain difficulty in not determining the scale of this budget at this time because of the failure to have a contract in hand at this point. So hopefully it will become forthcoming soon. Thanks.
Any other questions at this point? All right, then we'll go to the public. Is there any public comment on the fleet maintenance budget? Yes, if you're here in council chambers, you can approach the podium and state your name, and you have 2 minutes. If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function, and we will get to you next.
Thank Good evening. My name is Bradley Rushton, and I'm currently employed with the City of Bloomington. I am one of the automotive truck technician, welder, fabricator, inventor, all the good stuff that goes along with it. I did want to say kudos to Adam and Beth Kate. They did come around the different departments and observed what we actually do. And I do apologize for throwing you under the bus as much as I did, so wherever you went. Anyway, I'd like to make a quick statement, and it was in a question that Councilmember Rollo and Councilmember Piedmont Smith was kind of interested in, as just to offer up my knowledge, if it may help you, and perhaps it might help Mr. Wason with the research. You're bringing up the subject matter of LED lights. Well, I don't know how much you know about insects, but they have compound eyes or segmented eyes, and they have a wide range of visual acuity in the infrared and ultraviolet spectrum. And perhaps that's something that you folks might be able to find out exactly, get an entomologist from IU and find out exactly what wavelengths those LED lights are. Maybe you can get the proper ones that won't be causing adverse effects with the insects. But to put another finer point to back up Mr. Wason's comments, parts and availability are getting really hard to get on some of these aspects on newer vehicles and older vehicles. You get past 10 years, you really have a hard time finding some of those components, and then we have to go with Yankee ingenuity and try to offset that. And we are understaffed and under-facilitized. If that could be addressed in the near future, that would really be an asset to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Deputy Attorney Kulak, do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom at this time.
All right. Well, in that case, we will come back to city council members. Does any council member wish to make final comments on the fleet maintenance budget? All right. Seeing none, I will ask the Chief Deputy Clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Rallo.
Pass.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Pass.
Rosenbarger. Pass. Volin.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Scambolery.
Yes.
And Sandberg.
Pass.
Okay, that is 504. And now we are coming back to Mr. Wason for Parking Services Division.
All righty. Only 3 more to go. So being the newest division of Public Works, the Parking Services Division is the combination of both parking enforcement and parking facilities, headed up by Parking Services Director Michelle Wall, Parking Enforcement Manager Ryan Cox, and Parking Facilities Manager Ryan Daly. Their whole team, are essential to managing all of our parking operations. And while the last year or so was probably considered the infancy of the division, I guess I'd have to say we're moving into our toddler years. Parking Services Division is responsible for, and when I say toddler years, I mean as a division of the department, The Parking Services Division is responsible for enforcement activities, special event setup, parking garage management and maintenance, as well as managing which was new to me when they came into our department, but managing the school crossing guard program. The pandemic has been anything but easy on this area of public works, between staffing challenges for the crossing guards and the enforcement officers and the customer service staff. We've brought online the replacement 4th Street garage and the new Trades District garage during a time when where many people were rearranging their work life to work from home. We're on the rebound, and we're very much looking forward to a more normalized environment in this area of service delivery in the coming year and years. Managing our parking assets requires a lot of work and coordination, and we're going to continue to look at look at what a modernized, efficient parking services program looks across the board as we head into the future. Overall, 25 full-time employees manage 1,741 parking spaces, approximately 1,600 on-street meters, 4 pay stations, and then 3,900 parking spaces in the 9 neighborhood residential zones, all the while selling 5,000 permits annually. Some of our major initiatives, we're going through the Park Smart certification process for the replacement 4th Street garage and the new Trades District garage. We're implementing improvements to the ADA spaces and on-street parking throughout the downtown and in neighborhoods. We've improved our website. We've increased our social media presence. And then while it might seem outdated at this point, considering 5G cellular equipment's out there, we've upgraded our equipment finally to the 4G, which helps with the communications of the meters to process payments and things like that. We continue to administer the Parklet program and among all the other daily activities that take place in parking services. Talking specifically now about parking facilities, we try to operate our garages at least 85% occupancy during the peak hours. That's usually between 9 a.m. 2 p.m. and then provide reports back to the Parking Commission annually. Some of the things in our 2022 budget goals that we were trying to accomplish in the Parking Facilities Division included repairs to the Walnut Street garage structure, which are complete or ongoing. Yeah, I think we finished those up a week or so ago. And that's all part of the commitment we've made to the maintenance of the facilities based on our conversations about parking garages over the last couple of years. We've done cab upgrades at the Walnut Street garage, and are those operational yesterday? Almost. We're almost there. It's been so close. And I know it's been a headache for a lot of folks that use that garage, but between the upgrades we needed to do and then some pretty regular instances of vandalism, those elevators have been down way more often than we'd like. The one thing we've not been able to accomplish, so we've focused on maintenance and we've focused on the commitment to maintenance, whereas where some of our other budget struggles have led to us, holding off on things like some upgrades to wayfinding signage, not structural related and such, but overall, really proud of the efforts on maintenance that we do there. When it comes to the uptime of the equipment that operates the garages, 97% is an ambitious goal, especially with a couple of our garages taking on a lot of late night revelry. I bet you if I pulled up records in my email, we've probably had 15 incidents since the first of the year with gate arms being broken for various reasons, which then result in repairs needing to be made and the garages being not able to collect all the revenues we would like. Beyond that, moving into parking enforcement, so parking enforcement team is on the ground day in and day out doing all things parking enforcement. So they're looking at safety violations, meter enforcement, but beyond that, they backfill as school crossing guards on a regular basis. They'll help with special event setup. Susan was out most all of the day today putting up the signage for the 4th Street Arts Festival coming up and getting the barricades in the right places. But so beyond their traditional duties that you would expect them to do, it goes well above and beyond there, and we're certainly focused on their training. So whether it's customer service training, defensive driving training, or safety in the field for crossing guards, et cetera, always a focus there. Again, moving on to our 2023 budget goals with facilities, we want to keep that 97% uptime. That's important to us and something we're going to strive towards. With parking enforcement, one of the things that's been super successful is it's one of our divisions that operates a social media platform via Facebook, and getting information out that way has been a tremendous help and something that has probably led to more permit sales and a great way to communicate information out to the public. I'm going to move right into budget highlights here because we've got several different funding sources and budgets here, but for parking facilities, an overall budget request of $2.181 million, and that's an overall decrease of $30,000. Slight increase on the Category 1. And then, again, supplies. I don't think we're going to present a budget tonight that doesn't have some level of increase for supply costs. Moving on, so just real quick, parking facilities is 452, Fund 452. The Parking Services Division also has some funding through the Alt-Trans Fund, which is 454, and as was discussed in Andrew's budgets earlier, that's mainly parking, residential parking permit fees that go to fund this. There is an increase in that one, in that fund line overall of about 130,000. Some in Category 1. Obviously, again, more increases in Category 2, supplies. The big increase overall, though, is Category 3, and this is where we're moving towards a contracted service for some of the general maintenance things with the parking services program. So you can think about neighborhood zone signage that regulates the neighborhood zones. So, you know, if we've got to switch out those signs. Also contracts for line painting for parking stalls, and just general routine things, maybe repairing a parking meter pole, et cetera. So we're asking for an increase there to help assist with that contracted service. And then Category 4 is no change from 2022 with no major capital requests there. Parking services, the parking meter fund 455 has an overall budget request of $2.6 million, which is an increase of about $413,000. Again, some personnel increases there, major supply increases, and then increasing our parking, our spare parts inventory and adding some security cameras. The biggest chunk here, again, is going to be Category 3. We've seen major increases in our contracted costs for snow removal. We're implementing 30 new ADA spaces downtown with some of these additional funds. I believe, and then just, again, the Category 3 things that go with missing damaged poles, the pay-by-phone signage, et cetera. So one big capital request we're making here is we're hopeful to get in line for some of the electric trucks that are out there. And that's part of the request for the capital outlays for the 455 parking meter fund. So again, you've got 452, which is parking facilities, 454 Alt-Trans, and 455 parking meter fund. Overall budget of 5.72 or 5.271, with the increased amounts based on what I described a moment ago. You know, again, major things we're kind of working on right now are those ADA improvements, that Park Smart certification, and we have to expect that the Parklet program would continue into the future with coordination with the council and others into next year. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wason. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you, Director Wason. So back to scooters, because this seems to be a possibility, and I just want to get your input and whether resources are available for this. Whether geofencing works or not, parking enforcement already is patrolling streets, metered areas, neighborhood with restricted parking zones and things like that. It seems like one possibility would be for those people to either, you know, to do something with the scooter if it's on a sidewalk. Now, would you need additional personnel in order to do that, or is that feasible?
I forgot to read my own note, Councilmember Rallo, and I apologize. I meant to address the scooter issue with parking enforcement as part of my presentation, and I completely failed to do that, so I apologize. So just generally speaking, the directive given to Public Works employees that are regularly on the street is if you see a scooter in violation of blocking a walkway, that you move it. And we've been doing that for years now. I'm sure we've moved hundreds, if not thousands, of scooters. Heck, I've moved hundreds, probably not thousands. But so that's kind of been the directive since day one. If you see something blocking a sidewalk while you're doing your job duties, move it. Some of the things that we also are looking to undertake right now is we're in the process of posting 2 temporary part-time positions that have, in coordination with the mayor's office and others that have been working on the scooter issues, that will specifically focus on nothing other than scooter enforcement. So 2 25-ish hour a week positions that will begin a pilot program of documenting scooter violations of blocking sidewalks, ADA ramps, et cetera. Looking to, document, and then, we'll get to the point then where, likely fines come into play, impoundment possibly. But we were already moving towards that based on this summer's conversation amongst some of the council members and the city team on how we could do better with that. So, as we document, obviously we will be providing that information back to the scooter companies, seeking better compliance on their end as well. I think we could all probably agree it's not often the scooter companies themselves that are creating the violation, but the user that leaves it after their ride that creates the issue. So that's some of the preliminary, that's what we're currently planning to implement over the next several months. We're going to try to get some parking corrals at least installed in the downtown area. The outdoor dining areas make perfect sense right now while the streets are closed. Probably look at some other strategic areas. But yeah, I would be lying through my teeth if I said that I didn't recognize there's an issue with the scooters, blocking walkways and not being in compliance with our ordinance. But we do try to undertake some of those efforts.
I should have interrupted. I'm out of time, but just to say, I appreciate that much, very, very much. But I think there needs to be some other signal that is fines or something.
Sure thing.
Deployed to the scooter companies for action. So it shouldn't just be up to us to clear the sidewalk. They need to be responsible for them too. Thank you.
I didn't realize. So my talking takes up your time?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, but
geez.
I was going to give Mr. Rollo more time because you had actually intended to give this information during your presentation.
Sure thing.
Councilmember Rollo, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I promise not to filibuster anybody this evening.
Councilmember Volan.
I'll reclaim my time if you try to take too much of it, Mr. Wason, but I want to give you as much leeway as I can. There are a number of expenses that don't seem to be, and revenues actually, that don't seem to be involved in the parking services budget. Where is the entire enforcement revenue? I mean, that falls into the general fund, and there's street, alley, and sewer material, liability, casualty premiums. I have a whole host of data that I get from the controller every time we're talking about reporting that involves parking. But let's just stick with citations for a minute. Where would I find, in whose department's budget would I find the meter readers and the revenues from citations?
Controller Underwood?
Good evening. You will not see that in these presentations. These are program budgets that are expenditures only. Revenues that come into a fund we utilize to balance, if needed, the budget for that. So in your particular question, Commissioner, Councilmember Boland, parking fines do go into the general fund.
Right, but I
Parking
mean,
revenues, so the garage revenues and parking meter revenues go into those particular funds.
well, what about the salaries for the meter readers? They're
They are-
in the general fund.
They are not, they're not in the general fund. They're in the parking meter fund.
Okay, so is the data being sent to me on regular salaries and wages in the 101 fund? I mean, who's being paid with respect to parking functions out of the general fund?
Up until last year, there were 2 individuals in my office that came up from parking services, and we have returned them to parking services. So I don't believe there are any salaries that are getting paid in the general fund from any of the parking facilities other than, Adam, Michelle, I'll have to double check. Michelle Wall may be in the general fund and she gets funded out of those funds, but I'll double check.
Okay, Well, I
Everybody
mean,
else is directly budgeted out of those funds. She may be the only.
all I'm saying is it's been a mundane aspect of receiving data about parking functions that I've been looking through 4 funds, not 3. And so to not see any general fund dollars whatsoever causes me to pause. So I'd like to see if we can resolve that between now and the final budget. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, any other council member questions at this point? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Can you just give a refresher on the parklet program? I just forget the parameters. Do businesses pay for their parklets? And
Yes, we can follow up with the absolute specific numbers. It's per space. Do you want to answer this? Do you know off the top of your head? Yeah, well, it's
okay.
Yeah, so it's all part of the council approved program. There was a per space cost for to the restaurants for the parklet, and we'll follow up in the written responses on exactly what that was. I want to say I think it was $800 a space for the year, but I'm okay. Yeah, so we'll get the specifics back to you.
Okay, and then I'm just curious too about if it works the same on Kirkwood for businesses. Are businesses paying for those spots that are with a closed street?
Yeah, the outdoor dining is all, yes, there's a fee structure that the council approved for the outdoor dining in the streets, and then there's a fee structure for the parklet program. The outdoor dining was based on the number of seats you have in the restaurant, and then the parklet program was based on the number of spaces you used for the parklet.
Okay.
And we can get you the specifics.
Okay, thanks.
All right, well, I will ask a few questions to follow up about the scooter law enforcement, which I'm pleased to hear about the pilot program that I believe will still be done in 2022. But I wonder, so if the pilot program, I mean, to what extent is it a pilot program? I'm a little confused as to what will happen in 2023. I mean, if we start enforcing scooter rules this fall, then I assume we would, in some way, I mean, we might adjust the program, but I would hope that we would continue enforcing in the spring. And would those costs then be borne by the licensing fees, or how would we pay for it in 2023?
Okay, so short answer is yes, we would hope to continue it. Longer answer is that, we're using the next couple months before the winter hits and the scooters move as kind of that pilot period. See what we see on the streets, collect the data, see how many violations we're correcting, see how many fines we're issuing, and then as part of either the end of year appropriation ordinance or possibly separately in the late winter next year, if it's successful and we want to continue it and we want to continue with that employees doing that type of thing, I think we would certainly be asking for an additional appropriation from the fees generated from the licensing. Let me back that up. From the licensing fees we receive from the scooter companies to operate within the city.
And are those licensing fees also being used to pay the 2 hourly part-time employees this fall?
That's the intention, yes.
Okay. And how will you measure whether the pilot program is successful?
Having clearer sidewalks, having, less, I don't know that we'll have concrete data to show success of a pilot program, but I would say it would be if we have 100 instances of a sidewalk or a ramp being cleared of a scooter in the first couple weeks. I think that'd be success. I think we could look at some parameters of what success would look like in that regard. How many scooters have been moved, how many walkways have been cleared, et cetera. And not knowing how many violations exist on a daily basis is kind of hard to then judge what success looks like, but hopefully we'll get less complaints too.
Well, it seems to me that less infractions would really be the sign of success.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that will only come about by finding the companies and the companies finding the users.
I think I'd agree with that, yes.
Yeah. All right, other questions? for Mr. Wason about parking services? Okay. Well, if not, then I have another one. So I heard, I think it may have been in the overview or something in a previous evening that this week that you might be getting rid of coin-operated parking meters. Could you address that, please?
That may be a bit of a, well, we want to explore the technologies used to manage on-street parking. We want to engage the Parking Commission and others to figure out what the best approach to managing on-street parking would be. Is there a future scenario where coins are accepted, or where coins are not accepted in the metered zones? Yes, I think it would be a possibility. I know it's a priority of Controller Underwood to collect less coins so that we have some other opportunities on how we manage our finances and such. But we look forward to engaging in that conversation with experts in the field like Michelle and Rayanne and the Parking Commission and the users. And, there certainly are benefits to going to a coinless system, 100%. We could save costs on collection. We can save costs on probably processing the coins. There are certainly benefits, but there also, with that comes some challenges that we would need to address. So, but that's certainly a conversation we want to engage in and have input from folks like the Parking Commission and parking professionals and users of the system.
Well, I would encourage you to consider accessibility. Perhaps the Community Council on Accessibility should be consulted, and socioeconomic accessibility, because some people do not have credit cards, some people do not have smartphones, some people have neither, and they need to have an option to park. So please keep that in mind before eliminating.
That's absolutely what is forefront in that conversation. Absolutely.
Very good. Okay, are there any other questions?
And if I could just, and we do know of other cities that don't accept any coins in any of their, there are peer communities that we've found that don't accept coins at all. And then there are, it's possible, but we also have a lot of factors to consider, just like you pointed out, and those are the ones we've already been thinking about as well.
Perhaps they have some alternatives for people who do not have credit cards. Yeah. All right. All right, well, seeing no other questions from my colleagues, we will go to public comment. If anybody would like to comment on the parking services budget, they can approach the podium and state their name and have 2 minutes. If anybody on Zoom would like to make a public comment, they can use the raise hand function, or if that's not working, they can use the chat function and address a chat message to the meeting host, who can then unmute you. *9 is the function using a cell phone. I see nobody in chambers. Deputy Attorney Kulak, do we have anybody on Zoom?
At this point, there are no hands raised. Again, if you don't know how to raise your hand and you're using Zoom on a computer or a smart device, you have to use the reactions tab, either at the bottom or using more. Still no hands.
Still nothing?
Still no hands.
All right, thank you. We will then come back to council for any final comments on the parking services budget. Any comments? Councilmember Volan.
A couple of things. One is, again, I want to reiterate that I'd like to understand how the general fund participates in revenues and expenses that are involved in parking. And I'm looking forward to that information being reflected in the Parking Services Division budget. And to Madam Chair, your point about people without credit cards, that is a challenge. But if it's people without smartphones, that's not so much a challenge. We have had for quite a while the ability to park with Park Mobile as long as you have an account set up with them on the web. They can call an 800 number, type in a 5-digit code where they're parking, and they're parked. and they simply do the same thing, call an 800 number and type a 5-digit code, and they're no longer parking. That it's always been possible since Park Mobile provided service to us. I do think that the challenge of removing coins will affect the unbanked, those without credit cards, and it's a concern that we should take seriously. But as Mr. Wason has said, I mean, there are many cities, including, I always think about this, in the mid-1990s, the city of Belgrade, Serbia, installed parking meters, and they basically were all smartphone, not even smartphone, they were all by text. They did all parking by text. And in fact, that might be the solution to the unbanked, because if they have a smartphone and they're texting, then they should be able to put their parking charges on their cell phone bill. So it's no question it's a challenge, but we should be thinking about how we can more streamline our services. So I mean, I certainly support Mr. Wason's effort in that respect, even as we look to equity. Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you, Director Wason. Two quick comments. One is that I agree with my colleagues that doing away with coins would be exclusionary and discriminatory, and I think that we really ought to think hard on that one and probably not do that. The other is that I really do appreciate parking enforcement paying mind to the scooters on sidewalks, but if the onus is only on the city, I think that we're essentially then going to be paying the cost. So I think fines should be part of the means of ordinance compliance, both to the user of the scooter and to the company. That I think that would actually, hopefully would work. I know some people would be neglectful and run up fines and so forth, as they do, parking illegally and things like that, but with cars. But overall, I think it's a good strategy. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Any other comments?
I'll go.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I just had another thought. I would like to get a little more information, if we could, Mr. Wason, on the neighborhood parking programs. I know we had brought it up, now it seems like forever ago, but just that you have to be, I think, a homeowner to get a permit, but we kind of wanted to look at what that program would look like if we added in the option for people in multifamily to also be eligible for those parking permits in the neighborhoods where they live. I think the premise is multifamily has to provide so many parking spots at their properties, so folks don't need permits to park on the street. But also, if we're talking about some UDO changes or bringing some stuff up, I know some of us have discussed doing away with parking minimums in general, which would then also make it even more important for folks in multifamily to get access to those parking permits. I also would like to look at that program's budget, if we can, and just see if those are market rate permits right now, or if we are working on bringing them up to market rate permits for those residents. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, then I'll take a turn. So I'm very excited that we're going to get some enforcement of the local regulations that this body passed a couple of years ago regarding scooters and scooter parking and use. I do agree with Councilmember Rallo that these costs should be borne by the scooter companies. As we look at their licensing fees, and there was a suggestion, I think, in the mayor's memo or at some point during this week to increase licensing fees, I feel strongly that it would be more effective to issue fines that are incurred through specific illegal behaviors rather than just increasing the licensing fee, because a scooter company can easily just budget in their business model, okay, licensing fee is now $15,000 instead of $10,000, fine, done. But if we actually follow up on behaviors and say, okay, this week you had, 25 scooters that were illegally parked and that cost us, 5 hours to deal with, and that cost this much money, and then levy an appropriate fine, then that's more likely that that scooter company is going to follow up with its users and either ban them for a period of time or fine the users themselves. And I think that will be more likely lead to a change in behavior rather than just increasing licensing fees. So I hope that will be taken into account as we pass these costs on to scooter companies, which is where those costs belong. Seeing no more comments, Chief Deputy Clerk McDowell, please call the roll.
Councilmember Flaherty.
No.
Smith.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Pass.
Rosenbarger.
Pass.
Bolin.
Pass.
Sims.
Yes.
Scambolari.
Yes.
Sandberg.
Pass.
And Rallo.
Pass.
All right, that vote is 3-1-5. And now we are ready for Sanitation Division.
All righty, 2 more to go. Sanitation Division. So the Sanitation Division continues to be filled with a team of dedicated staff members who are up and working before some of the late night revelers downtown have even headed home. Whether picking up increasing volumes of solid waste and recycling throughout the pandemic, costs have increased in ways that the current rates of service are not even keeping up with inflation. For several years in a row, we've absorbed the ever-increasing costs by cutting where we can, even putting off some capital purchases in an effort to try to maintain a decreasing level of general fund support for the operations at sanitation. As has been planned for some time and alluded to in the budget memos and the mayor's comments, it's time to better align the revenues of the sanitation division through an increase to the fees charged so that the actual costs of providing the service are more in alignment. I'll get into the more specifics on the process plan to request the fee increases and what they may look like, as well as a deeper dive into the increased volumes and costs that are pushing this need later in the presentation. I'm really hopeful I can get this one done in 10 minutes. The 24 full-time employees that make up the sanitation division are reporting to work by 4:30 a.m. each day during any and all weather conditions. If you've thought about how hot it has been these last few days or these last few weeks, these team members are facing the elements in all that they do. As a reminder, the sanitation division services all single-family addresses of 4 units or less throughout the city. They also service all of our Bloomington, our facilities, as well as all of the pedestrian trash and recycling containers on the streets, and for many of the parks receptacles at the parks throughout the city. As I've mentioned, this budget proposal will start to better align the costs with the revenues, with a longer-term goal of phasing out the general fund support of sanitation over the next 3 to 5 years. All the while, we're working on sustainability initiatives within our recycling program. We're adjusting routes for efficiency, safety, and reduced maintenance costs. And based on what has been announced as our plans for elimination of the curbside vacuum leaf program through the street department, we know we need to come up with a more robust yard waste collection system for years to come. One of the continual improvement goals that we have is to provide a high level of customer experience for our sanitation residents utilizing sanitation services. This has been achieved through making it easier for residents to request and receive services through the use of the technology platform Recollect. Overall, there's been a 30% increase in of the online requests for large item and extra pickups. That's well above the goals that we had set. We've also continued to implement our commitment to neighborhood cleanup events. The division has already participated in two of those events already this year. Our diversion rates, yep, I'm on the right slide, are ambitious, and we try to exceed the national averages. Our year-to-date current diversion rate is at 31%, slightly below the 40% we're trying to achieve, but we also see a pretty big increase in that number during the yard waste season, as those tonnages are calculated into the diversion rate. Diversion rate is how much you're keeping out of the landfill, whether yard waste, recycle, appliances, et cetera. So far this year, we've had a successful yard waste season, and the popularity of the green yard waste carts has been strong. This is fully a sales pitch here. You can order one of the green lid yard waste carts from the sanitation division and utilize that for your yard waste. So no more bagging, no more bundling of sticks. You just put it in the yard waste container. Feel free to jump online at bloomington.in.gov/sanitation to order that, or you can call 349-3443. It makes managing yard waste so much easier, not only for the resident, but also for our team. 349-3443. Now, what will be the hot topic of discussion here? Why do we need to raise our rates, and what will that look like over the next several years? Diving into some of the increased costs we've been incurring since the inception of the modernized program in 2017. Right after the implementation there in 2017, we had never paid for the processing of recycling before then. We'd gotten rebates every year. Aluminum, steel, cardboard, all led to revenues coming back to the city through our recycle program. 2018, the recycling market worldwide went haywire, and we, for the first time ever, had to start paying, I think it's around 26 something a ton, to process our recycling. That has been about a $100,000 annual hit to our program at sanitation. Beyond that, over the last several years with COVID and the pandemic, our volumes for trash collection are up 10 to 15% from pre-pandemic levels. That's 10 to 15% more cost in disposal for that waste. You can attribute this to folks working at home instead of being at the office, more carry-out containers, et cetera, et cetera. I've talked about this a bit in the past, but that alone is another roughly about $150,000 in costs that weren't programmed into the rate structures we currently have. Let me see where I'm at here. Beyond that, the inflationary factors. I've been talking about supply costs and everything else. These are hitting sanitation as well, whether it's the cost of purchasing the gloves for the employees or the grease that keeps the tippers functioning properly. Fuel costs, part costs, you name it, are all increasing the cost to operate the sanitation division. We're trying our best to create efficiencies where we can. I talked about the route management and route changes we're looking to make. We could come with we could in the next year or so come with some changes to which day some people's trash are picked up, which we haven't changed in many, many, many years, for route efficiencies that we hope could possibly increase or save us some costs. Overall, we definitely need to look at our rates. We know what our projected expenses are for 2023. We know what we're requesting for our budget for 2023, and we know generally what we need to propose as a rate structure to meet those needs for next year. Beyond that, next year kind of catches us up with all those increased costs and the increased inflation. Beyond that, years 2 through 5, we've heard from council members in the past, we would look to eliminate that general fund support over time with appropriate rate increases to cover those to cover that shortfall or that general fund support. I know this is a lot to take in. I know that we have to begin a robust conversation with not only the council but the community and dig into the details of what the financing models are going to look like. We've got a pretty good idea at this point in time, and we'll be looking to work with the council to get on the schedule to have that discussion as an ordinance update this year. that legislation is not only going to look at just the set rates for the carts. We're going to look at our large item costs. We are not covering the cost of picking up a couch from a college kid in May or August or whenever else they put it on the curb. I've only got a minute. I should ask for more time on this one. So, we're going to look at what those financial models are. We're going to present them, and we're going to seek the input. Do we want to go 3 years on general fund subsidy elimination? Do we want to go 5 years? What does that really look like? And so we're ready to engage in that conversation. We're also continued to do the things that we've been doing in the past, working with the neighborhoods on cleanup events, working with HAND on all of their efforts. We'll continue with our recycling program and try to reach those diversion rates. I'm hopeful that we will also, as part of this rate structure, be renegotiating our contracts and our agreements with our processors and such. I think we see some light at the end of the tunnel in the recycle markets that could lower those costs. And I'm hoping our landfill costs don't continue to increase as they have in the past. We're also, with our yard waste program, looking at some changes to that based on what we're going to talk about with the street department budget and the vacuum leaf program. We know that will increase some of the efforts that we take on in leafing during the October-November timeframe and such. What I would say there, we're actively innovating and collaborating with Daveta and her team on how we extend the success of the 1,000 Households Who Mulch program that we did through innovation a few years ago, and how we, and generally just what's the most sustainable way to deal with leaves. What I would argue is that it's to mulch and compost as close to where that leaf fell onto the ground. And again, we'll get way more into leafing in the next presentation, but, and then, beyond that, the easiest way to then have us pick up your leaves through sanitation will be through the yard waste carts that I talked about earlier. Can I keep going, or do you want me to just stop?
If you could just wrap up quickly.
Okay. A couple last things. With the can liners downtown, it may seem trivial, but we're cleaning those. We're power washing and cleaning those almost on a monthly basis right now, and boy, do they get gross. But we do our best to try to keep those clean. Overall budget request of $4.804 million, and this is an increase of about $189,000. Some Category 1 increases, major increases in supply lines for all the things that I've been talking about all night. Increases with sanitation, with the landfill collection and recycling process fees. No major capital outlays for 2022. General fund breakdown, you see the increases over time here. I'm going to go back to this one real quick. Which one shows the? This budget request does still include a general fund support of the higher levels that we've been able to utilize in the past. We are hopeful to not have to utilize that entire amount in 2023. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into that with the rate structures, with efficiencies, et cetera. Yeah, I'll open it up to questions. I know that we'll have some good discussion here.
Could you, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump ahead just to get a data point out there. How much is the general fund subsidy in your proposal for 2023?
It includes up to the $1.4 million that's budgeted almost on an annual. That's the maximum amount that's budgeted each year. Controller Underwood from the Sky, please interrupt me if I start saying this wrong. But yes, so the budgeted amount request for next year does include that maximum 1.4. Again, the intent is to raise rates in such a way that we start chipping away at that while covering the increased costs we've been experiencing and all the inflationary things that we've been experiencing.
Thank you, Mr. Wason. Questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Wason. And I'm encouraged to hear that you and the city administration are fully on board with trying to phase out the inequitable subsidy of a small portion of the city's residents when it comes to sanitation services. My question has to do with the amount and the timing and that. So looking at the budget book, there was actually a pretty big jump from 2021 to 2022 in terms of that general fund amount. We went from right around 9.8 to $1 million in 2019, 2020, 21 to 1.5 million in 2022 and down to 1.4 million in 2023. So first, what was the big jump of over 50% from 2021 to 2022? And then do you have a sense yet with respect to the 2022 budget of how much of that will be extra, essentially? Like, will you use that 1.5 million from the 2022 budget, or do you anticipate having several $100,000s to go to reversions, for instance?
I see Mr. Underwood up there on the screen, so I'm sure he's going to want to jump in here too. But no, I don't think we're expecting, it's not expected that we would be using that full amount this year. But Jeff?
Yeah, I'll speak to both parts, I think, of your question Councilmember Flaherty. The average has been just around $1 million that we've actually transferred. So just as a reminder of how we do this, we had budgeted up to $1.6 million in the general fund. That is now down to $1.4 million from a couple of things that we did over the last couple of years. We leave that in as a placeholder in the general fund. We only utilize what we actually need. So at the end of the year, we transfer the net needed to bring that sanitation actual fund to zero. It's averaged around $1 million per year. Right now, I think that's the number that we're looking at to balance the budget is right around $1 million, maybe a tick underneath that. So we anticipate that we'll have an additional $400,000 as we get the rate structures in place over the next few years. Then we'll begin to reduce that subsidy actually in the general fund, as we know that there's some stability on those rates. We'll probably never get it completely eliminated because we'll probably always want to have a little bit. But if we can continue to build up a capital fund for capital replacement and build up a cash balance in the sanitation fund, then there wouldn't be a need for that.
Thank you. And thank you for the refresher. I think I was reading 2019, 2020, 2021 actual amounts versus the adopted from 2022. It will be reduced to an actual later
Correct.
this year. And sorry, I'll stop there. I have a follow-up, but I'll let someone else go.
All right, other council members. Councilmember Volin.
I'm not sure I followed that explanation. So you're saying that that's adopted, but we're going to revert a lot of the 300 category. Is that right?
Yeah, we anticipate that we will in the general fund.
Okay.
It's
All right.
currently at $1.4 million. We think we'll only need $1 million.
Got it. Okay. This is for Mr. Wason. I think you know the question I'm going to ask you. If you're planning on trying to eliminate our general fund subsidy, what role will discounts for not putting your can out play in those increased rates?
I don't think they will.
Why not?
We are still in a position where we need to count on that revenue stream to be predictable, and we're not proposing to modify the structure. We try to incentivize through the per gallon charges for the various cart sizes. We're one of the only communities I know of that even offer a 35-gallon option, and so it's all for the reasons of predictability that we've spoken about in the past.
Why not increase the rate according to what you expect the participation rate will be, so that you do have a predictable rate? Listen, constituents were very adamant back when we first adopted this about how they were already being very careful about throwing out trash, and they, there's got to be a way to allow people to be rewarded for not putting their can out.
Yeah,
What do you say?
I think that's very much the exception to the. I think that's the exception. What we experience on the ground each and every day is that the vast majority of homeowners are putting out their trash every single week, and so I think you're describing, and those constituents probably are the exception to how the system truly operates.
Mr. Wason, the counter argument to that is they're putting it out every week because there's no incentive not to.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's not a demonstration that that's what people want, So, I mean, why, do you at least have the technology to measure whether people are putting their cans out or not.
In terms of volumes or terms of number of pickups?
No, in terms of actual number of pickups.
We are almost there. We are so very close. We've got we do have some data sets. We've just changed out the cellular technology on the trucks to better manage that process. But, so yes, we do hope to, but at the same time, for business, as you can see here, this business model that we're trying to operate in is anything but stable. And so for those reasons and why we argued so adamantly that the incentive was through the cart size for single-family households is where we're still at.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about pretty much, I had some questions about the same thing, so thanks for that presentation. I was going to talk about pay-as-you-throw, and I guess, I mean, mostly it gives me high anxiety to hear that the amount people are throwing away has increased. Did you say 10 to 15%?
Throughout the pandemic? Because, yes. I think if you looked at the overall volumes created across the community and across the sectors, it would balance out. I don't think the overall volume of tonnage across all sectors has probably increased. I think it's shifted.
Shifted, okay. It does just worry me that we are just ruining this planet for the future generations. And if you're not up for pay-as-you-throw, what can we do to disincentivize people from, consuming so much, which is hard, and throwing out so much? I mean, I thought we already had the data that said people normally put their bins out 2.1 or 2 times a month.
I think it's higher than that for sure.
Okay. But what are...
So if I could really quickly, to say that our system is not encouraging pay-as-you-throw is not true. We have been cited as a model that actually other communities look at as a pay-as-you-throw model. It's all in the cart size and the fees associated. So as we bring forward our proposal over the next month or so, you're going to see that for the smallest cart size, the charges are less per gallon and encourage as many folks as possible to use that smallest size. We are a pay-as-you-throw program based on our financial model of how we charge those fees. Absolutely our pay-as-you-throw.
So, sorry, to clarify, you're saying the smallest bin is going to be a lot cheaper than the next size?
Yeah, and what we expect to put in front of the council as a rate proposal will show that the percentage increase in rates will be lower for the smaller cart size and much higher for the largest cart size. So we estimate that our current models that we're working through show that for 2023 we're looking at probably about a 52% increase for the smallest cart size, but a 73% increase or so for the largest cart size. Again, with the model of pay-as-you-throw as our premise.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Scamilluri.
Yes, thank you. All right, we just started to get into this, and I'd like to make it a little more explicit because eliminating the city's general fund subsidy is kind of abstract for the average constituent that we talk with. So could you, again, speak to what happens to actual rates for households? And with the understanding that your proposed rate changes come when they come, okay? We won't hold you to this, but can you give some examples of now you pay X dollars, in one year you'll pay X plus Y, in another year you'll pay X plus, could you walk us through what you can?
Yes, give me one moment here.
Because I think at the end of the day, that's what our constituents are going to ask us.
Absolutely, and so the budget proposal right now includes that full allotment of possibly $1.4 million in general fund support. So as we look at what we would possibly propose, and again, we're still working through the final numbers here. For year one, 2023, for the smallest cart size, we predict it's currently at $6.51 per for the smallest cart size, and that includes your trash pickup and your recycle. We predict, and again, working through the models still, that smallest gallon, or smallest cart size at 35 gallons would go from 651 currently to approximately closer to 975. So about a 50% increase. For the middle cart size, we're looking at possibly closer to a 57% increase on that one, from currently 1161 closer to 1825. For the largest size, which is currently at 1852, we expect that one to have the highest jump, with about a 70% increase at closer to 3150 or so.
And that's year one?
What's that?
That's year one?
That's year one. As we would look at the model in year 2, 3, and 4, or beyond, it's that's where we would work with the council and others to determine how we would want to go about that. We'll have to continue to take inflation into account in those years. We'll have to continue to take the increased cost of, the trucks that we bought 4 years ago are about $75,000 more now than they were then. So all of those increased costs will have to be included in the model for future years. What I can tell you about the rates that I just mentioned, the approximately 975, the approximately, 1825, and the approximately 31. Those are still more than competitive to any private hauler out there right now for trash recycle.
And in my 3 seconds, are you hoping to front load the increases that our constituents will see? Are you hoping to do the bulk of that change in year one, or are you trying to keep it even across 3 years? Can you comment on that? Thank you, I'm sorry.
Yes, so we will consider multiple models in that regard. You could front load it to try to, next year again is just to catch up on all the increasing costs and the inflationary things that we've experienced. Years 2 through beyond would be where we really try, and with some level of reduction in general fund support for year one. Years beyond that would be where we would like to then chip away at that general fund support amount. And you could do it a third, and a third. You could look, there's a lot of options there. I think it probably makes most sense to propose it over equal amounts each year, but all part of the discussion and conversation that we would come up with a final proposal for.
Any other council member questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
First round back here, sorry.
Oh,
Councilmember Smith?
first round still.
Yes,
Okay.
go for it.
I'm still not sure I follow why we need to eliminate the subsidy. So,
We've heard from, it's partially from hearing from the council in the last several budget cycles. And it's, it could be up for debate, but that's been, we've heard it from plenty of council members. The administration decided that this would be a good time to be moving forward with that, and that's the proposal we've been trying to put forward.
I don't think I heard anything about it until this week, that we were going to eliminate that subsidy and move towards something else, towards, increasing the rates. I just heard about it the other day, and I was like, really? And so I thought I would ask you at this point.
Yeah, sure. It's been, I can think of at least the last I'm sorry, Councilmember, you've been on council 2 years?
Yes, 2 plus.
So I can think of 2 budget cycles in a row where it's come up with multiple council members to consider it, and so that's where it originated from, and that's where we've been trying to come up with a model from that. So.
No, don't worry about it. Don't do it. Just forget it.
Got it.
Thank you. Okay. It perplexes me why we just don't continue to subsidize that. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Always.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Digging back in briefly to that general fund subsidy and the amount we put into the budget request, it's really surprising to me that we're putting in 40 to 50% more, so $400,000 or $500,000 than we actually expect to need from that general fund subsidy, especially when we have that kind of long-running historic average. Like it seems like you'd be hard pressed to find other examples in the budget where we budget an extra 50%. So like, I'm curious, like, why that is. Why not, 1.1 million instead of 1.4 or 1.5? Like, seems really unique to me, this really high overage. So what's the reasoning?
I don't have a great explanation other than it's been historically the way it's occurred for many, many years to try to have that maximum in there in case. That's where it's come from. Some years we've needed more, some years we've needed less. I know the average has been lower. I can tell you, we'll be back. Well, we've had very little control over any of the costs over the last year plus several years, especially with the major increases that we've seen in gas prices and all the other things. So I'm not sure that's going to satisfy your answer, but we could probably definitely have some more conversation about that. And I think Controller Underwood may have some explanation, but we can follow up too.
Feel free to chime in if you'd like, Mr. Underwood. If not, that's okay.
Yeah, what I would suggest is that's also a cash reserve like we try to keep in some of our other funds as well, so that when there is volatility in, especially in the rates that we pay, or the fact that if we were unable to collect on those fees, that it provides a cushion for that. So I look at it more as a cash reserve to buffer against that, so that if something would happen or a need would arise, we would have funds available. So we'll see that kind of transfer over, so that as we get rid of the subsidy, one of the goals will be to build a cash reserve in that fund to cover that volatility, those things that I just talked about, because I can't say the B word twice in a row. So that's the way I look at it.
Do you count that sort of excess, so to speak, in your cash reserves when you're, communicating to the council what our, total cash reserves are? You sometimes say we can cover 4.5 or 5 months.
We do it against the actual cash reserves at the end of the year. So if there is reversions from the fee, it's certainly included in that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the sanitation division budget? Yes, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Quick question, composting, are we doing a pilot program?
We're still working on trying to do one of the compost bin sales yet this year. And then we've got our program here, but no, I'm not proposing any curbside pilot programs.
Thank you.
And we also still allow for the private haulers to do the curbside composting. That's something that we modified through the Board of Public Works several years ago to allow that service to be provided.
I know we had talked about a multifamily pilot.
Oh, I do. Yeah, sorry. That Lauren's working on the multifamily. I'm not, since we don't service multifamily. I believe Lauren Clemens is working on something with the Solid Waste District for that, but it just doesn't fall under sanitation because it's multifamily.
We don't pick up trash for multifamily.
Because we don't. Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yep. Sorry.
Any further questions? Yes, Councilmember Volan.
Yes, so I'm looking at the data that you sent me in 2021 that listed pickups for the first 6 months of the year. The average number of bins, of pickups, of recycling bins was 2.08 per month. The average, or 48% of the time, the average number of pickups of solid waste in the first 6 months of 2021 was 1.79 per household. So, this is data you supplied me. If the average person is not even putting out their bins twice a month, I'm fine with a rate hike and I frankly am agnostic about how big the rate hike is. But if people know that they can get a rebate for not putting their bin out, you also said that you're shooting for a goal of 40% diversion of materials from the waste stream, and that we're currently at either 31 or 35. You said both of those figures. I didn't know which one it was, but I'm not sure how else you expect to get to that figure. What do you say to these numbers?
So, Councilmember Boland, I was just reached back out to staff on that. we're not overly confident in those 2021 numbers. If you recall, we had switched our software vendor back right before then, and I believe those numbers might have been from the previous vendor. But I'm happy to dig into those numbers with you and try to understand with our more current data. But again, what I'm going to continue to say is we need predictability in the model, and that's not something we've had over these last several years. And to build that predictability in, we need to continue with the model.
I appreciate that. And to that end, let me ask you once again, I don't understand why, I mean, again, if I'm agnostic about your base price, okay, in other words, you set the base price of whatever will provide you satisfaction, predictability, satisfaction, but that there's also, you build in the cost, the anticipated cost of reducing every time somebody doesn't put their bin out. Why would that be any less predictable?
We still well, we've hashed this argument out over several years now, and I think it's fair to say we just disagree on the outcome of on how this can be operational. So, again, we're going to drive by that home no matter what. As part of our routes, we need predictability, and I don't think we would have that with the model you're proposing.
While I know you disagree, that wasn't an answer, but thank you.
Okay.
All right, any other questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Is there any public comment about the sanitation division budget? If you are following the meeting via Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. If that's not working, you can use the chat function and direct your message to the meeting host. I believe *9 is the way to raise your hand using a phone. I do see a speaker here in the council chambers. State your name and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Greg Alexander, and I just wanted to testify that I heard a report through Public Works that they were working to get the sanitation workers not to throw the bins on the sidewalk kind of at random. And in the places, at least, where there's a good place to put them, I've mostly seen them since I've heard that. And I just want people to know that that actually seems to be working. There's still big challenges, but thank you.
The refreshing sounds of a soda. Any other public comment? Do we see any Deputy Attorney Kulak?
So yes, we do have one hand raised. I will ask them to unmute Joseph Winia.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. This is Joseph Winia. As I mentioned at last night's hearing, I'm sorry, the night before perhaps, I am also the chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Monroe County Solid Waste Management District. Waste happens to be one of my great interests and passions in terms of addressing sustainability of human impact and increase, and to having the community be aware of the actual cost of waste. I know no one will like the cost to increase, but I think that it's essential to appreciate the real cost of waste. And I also appreciate Councilmember Rosenberger's remark about the concern about the increase of waste production and generation through time, and particularly with respect to the pandemic. And also want to note that incentivizing waste reduction can be actually a complicated process because of the cross consequences of contamination within recycling, which is what happens when recycling costs less than throwing it in the trash. That tends to be where the waste ends up going. So I think it's a very delicate subject and has a lot of components to it, and I am definitely pursuing those things personally as well. I just wanted to share those thoughts with Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on Zoom?
At this time, there are no other hands raised.
All right, and I don't see anybody else in council chambers. So we'll come back to city council members for final comments on the sanitation budget. Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, I did just want to briefly follow up and say thank you very much to the responsiveness with respect to general fund subsidy and working to move that over time. I spoke with the mayor about it maybe a year and a half ago, and he agreed quite quickly that it was inequitable, that this is a problem, and expressed a desire to phase it out over time, and I appreciate seeing progress on that. To just briefly address some of my colleagues' points, asking about it, maybe like a comparison is useful, like look at, City of Bloomington utilities like water service, so everybody gets the water service. It would be like if we took a subset of that group, the whole community, and instead said, everybody who lives in a single-family home or a home with 4 units or less, we're going to give you a $15 reduction on your bill every month, and we're going to pay for it out of the general fund, which everybody pays into. So everybody pays into the general fund. We're taking a big chunk of that, over, like several percentages of the general fund, and putting that to a portion of the community to make their trash bill cheaper when everybody else is still paying full cost, full market rate for their trash services. So that's the inequity. Compounding that is that the group that gets the discount is disproportionately wealthier and whiter than the whole of Bloomington. So it's like a compounded equity issue, not just one that's two different groups being treated differently, but it compounds existing inequities. So that's why I've been so adamant that we need to address it and actually make sure that everybody's on an even playing field, so to speak, with respect to the subsidy they're getting and where the general fund dollars are going. So I, again, appreciate the efforts to move on this. And just a reminder to everybody, too, that because your trash bill is included in your water bill, if you're getting city trash services, we have a payment protection program in place that is well-funded and successful. I've had lengthy conversations with Vic Kelson about this. The very narrow window of people who might be have a hard time paying those bills do have payment protection in place and those sort of things. So I'm sensitive to my colleagues' concerns about how rate increases might affect people, but the existing inequity and the problem of that is invisible, but it doesn't make it any less real. So just wanted to speak to that and say thanks.
Any other council members care to comment on the sanitation budget? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I also just wanted to thank Adam or Mr. Wason, and I know he's not in the room right now, but I also appreciate the work he has done to move this along and be, I think, pretty responsive to what a lot of council members have asked for. So thank you, Adam.
Councilmember Scambaluri.
Yes, thank you. Lots of good points made already, but the one thing I hadn't heard anyone observe yet, I really appreciate the emphasis you've placed here on outreach and education and being in attendance at neighborhood meetings and neighborhood association gatherings. I know you've been at my constituent meetings, I think twice, maybe 3 times, probably twice. And I think you actually left one of your kids' soccer games for that too. So, but I appreciate your making that an emphasis in addition to all the good work you do. Thanks.
Any other comments from council members? Councilmember Volin.
I don't have reliable data now. I don't have updated data. And I greatly admire the work of the administration, of each department head. I'm looking forward to seeing the great shift from the general fund into user payment. It's important and should happen. I want to commend Public Works for doing it. But I don't find it acceptable that the answer is Public Works doesn't want to. There are a lot of constituents who do want to see a reduction in their bill for not putting out a can. No one has yet said to me why this would not reduce the amount of material that's going to the waste stream that would be diverted to recycling. If 1.79 bins pickups per month is the incorrect number because of a prior vendor, well, I think it's high time that we got a better sense of how many times a month the average household is putting out a waste bin. Well, it's overdue. We should have had that data already. But that's just not a good enough answer. I understand that Mr. Waitson and I have disagreed on this for a number of years, but I'm still responding to the active objections of people who liked the orange tag program. They had gotten their waste use down to a science. They were, sensitive about putting out 1 bag a month. I don't put my bin out twice a month, more than twice a month. I mean, I'm not alone. So I beg Mr. Wason to reconsider that maybe there's a way to do this. And again, I have been trying to underscore, charge the rate you think is necessary to have predictability. Add to it the cost for this program. I'm not asking, I'm not trying to undermine the admirable goal that we all agree should happen. I hope we can persuade Councilmember Smith that it is worth doing. So maybe we don't all agree yet, but the question I asked was about why couldn't we have that formula so that we could enable this very function. I don't know if I'm going to support this year's budget, but I will not support a rate increase without a better answer to that question. Thank you.
All right. Any council member care to comment who has not? Okay, I will make just a few brief comments. I appreciate Mr. Wason and the administration bringing forward this plan to phase out the general fund subsidy. I think it is a matter of equity for all the reasons that my colleague, Councilmember Flaherty, explained. I think it is important to reduce waste going to landfill. It's hugely important for the future of our planet and our community. And so any paths we can pursue to achieve greater diversion of waste from landfill is something we ought to pursue. But there are other routes maybe that we and the city administration can agree on. And I think the pilot program for composting organic waste on-site in multifamily housing developments is a great start, because we know that up to 40% of, in 2017, which is the most recent study we had through the solid waste district, almost 40% of the waste going to landfill could have been compostable. And so there is a huge benefit to diverting that from the landfill. And the best way to do that is on-site rather than having trucks guzzling diesel fuel going around to every location and picking up the compostable waste. It is best to compost on-site and encourage all homeowners and home renters to do that in their own backyards. People in multifamily housing will need more help and more space to develop this, and I believe the pilot project will be a proof of concept of that, can be successful in many, not all, but many multifamily residential buildings where there's space and interest in such a program among the residents. So I look forward to that playing out, and let's keep talking about a waste reduction. I think education is huge in that, and talking with businesses, with restaurants, with the IU Health, with the MCCSC, building partnerships to reduce waste is going to be crucial. So I appreciate the phasing out of the subsidy and the proposed covering of more of the expenses of sanitation by the user fees. I think that is the right direction. And now I will ask the Chief Deputy Clerk to call the roll on the Sanitation Division budget.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Biedermann Smith?
Yes.
Rosenberger?
Pass.
Volin?
Pass.
Scambolery?
Pass.
Sandberg?
Pass.
And Flaherty?
No.
All right, that is 2-1-4. And now we are ready for the last chapter.
All right, last one.
Street division.
Street division. You know, that was a robust discussion, and I'm sure we're about to have another one. You know, as was previously announced in the mayor's comments and the budget memos, the street department budget for 2023 is proposing to eliminate the curbside leaf vacuuming program. Something, again, we've heard from council members, and outside of probably solid waste disposal, possibly one of the most carbon-intensive programs that we complete year after year. I know this is a big change to be presenting, and with no changes planned for this current year. This is something that we're proposing for 2023. First, a big thanks to Joe Van Dievener and his team. Their dedication is something that I'm not only proud of, but it's pretty remarkable. It's another one of those operations that's 24/7, 365 days a year. If the call comes out in the middle of the night or 3 in the morning, we're going to respond, and very much just appreciate all their efforts. The way I like to remind people of what Public Works and the Street Department are responsible for when it comes to the transportation network is that we are the maintenance arm. In most all instances, we're the maintenance arm. If you think of it this way, as planning and transportation envisions a transportation project, hands it over to engineering to design and construct it, Public Works and the Street Department then take the baton and maintain it from there. With just over 39 full-time equivalents, the Street Division is responsible for the maintenance of city roads and streets, traffic control devices, snow removal, leaf collection for possibly one more year, street sweeping, and so many other function areas that aren't just in those big blocks. We're continuing with a data-driven approach to what and where we make our targeted investments with the limited resources we have. As we talked about earlier, the IMS Field Reconnaissance Project, the high-tech LiDAR system in a van, is an ongoing process to provide us our condition index data for pavement, sidewalks, signs, signals, et cetera, which we'll get our final report in the first part of 2023, hopefully very early in 2023. Technology improvements through the use of tablets in the field have allowed crews to directly provide updates to work orders in the asset management system. I also would be remiss not to thank our partners at NDOT for the continued success in applying for community crossing grants, which allow us to leverage state funding to complete additional infrastructure improvements in the community with the 50/50 match program. To date, College Mall Road, Park Ridge East, Smith Road from 3rd to 10th have all been awarded grants through that, and we currently, as of yesterday, put in an application to do Winslow from right around the Clear Creek Trail all the way over to Allendale, a much-needed paving project there. So thanks to NDOT for their continued support. Some of our other 2022 budget goals, we've been able to, so when it comes to potholes and how long it takes us to fill them, I've realized over the last several years, we need to clarify when it comes to this. For potholes, the goal to repair them within 2 business days of when they're reported. Are there potholes that are actually reported to us? Beyond that, this year, I think we've filled 3,000 additional potholes. So when it comes to the goal of being responsive to potholes within a certain time frame, it's for those that actually get reported to us, whether you report or a phone call. But then we also, on a daily basis, almost a daily basis, have patch crews out doing pothole work outside of that as well. So far in 2022, we've met our goal of crack sealing at least 10 to 15 miles of pavement, which we've already gotten to 18 miles so far this year. And then for paving and patching, so far we're at 8 lane miles of paving right now, which is 67% of our total goal, and we still have a couple months left to try to fulfill the entire goal. Moving on to, where did that just go? As in every year that I've been with Public Works, the crews have and will continue to remain on duty to clear roads and paths until the storms have ended. We've been super satisfied with our brining efforts and our investments there. The pretreatment of the roads with brine before the winter weather hits is a really helpful way to fight against the accumulation, especially for those multi-day snow events. We're also, very proud of our efforts at our investments in the sidewalk network. Again, we're mostly on the maintenance side, and otherwise the maintenance of sidewalks falls to the adjacent property owner. We try to focus our investments in sidewalks damaged by street trees that we own, and then eliminating trip hazards, which we're super proud of. I think we're almost up to 5,000 trip hazards eliminated over the last several years through our our saw cut and grinding contracts that we've been implementing for the last 3 years. Beyond that, last year, still 2022, throughout this year so far, we're at 1,254 linear feet of sidewalk repairs in areas that have been rated as poor in from our previous sidewalk data. We're also paying special attention to our signal network through upgrades, and then a recent contract we've entered into for inventorying all of our signal cabinets, the technologies that are in them, which varies from cabinet to cabinet at our 84 signalized intersections. So we'll have that inventory and inspection report here in the next several months. We continue our efforts with upgrading technologies with our traffic signals. We're also working hard with our urban forestry efforts in coordination with Parks and Rec. And then our long line pavement marking program through the long line pavement contract. I'll tell you, this is another area where availability of product and increasing costs have really made us focus on how we get the funds put together to complete our marking program. I won't spend much time talking about the LED lighting. We've talked a lot about that, but falls under both admin and street department with the maintenance aspects. And then, a goal that might not mean much of anything to anyone else, but this is an important aspect with dedicating funds towards having the signal equipment inventory in our possession when needed. Traffic accident takes out the signal box at Hillside and Walnut a couple years ago. We were able to pretty quickly rectify that situation because we have this inventory. It's expensive equipment and it's not always easily available, so investing here is really key. So on to our 2023 goals and what we're looking to accomplish. Many of the 2023 goals are going to be minor modifications to, how many lane miles we want to get done, or, minor modifications. What I want to highlight are the significant changes we're proposing right now. You've heard that this budget proposal this budget includes a proposal to eliminate our curbside leaf vacuuming program. Again, possibly the most carbon-intensive thing we do other than solid waste disposal. We plan to eliminate the vacuum program for 2023, not 2022. We'll continue as normal this year. But then with the elimination of that service, we want to then spend more time and effort on, did I get 15 minutes for this one or 10?
I had on 10.
Yeah, okay, I get 15.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I just noticed I was down to a minute and I'm not even half done. With the curbside vacuum leaf collection system and the elimination of that, we know the most effective and carbon neutral way to deal with leaves is to mulch and compost on site. Our plan of action with this announcement and this process right now is to continue as planned for 2022, increase our efforts with the 1,000 households who mulch program, and increase our educational efforts, and work on the next 14 months of communicating the change to the community, so when we get to next year, when leaves would normally be put to the curb, we won't find them there at the curb. We know this is just a proposal at this point, and we have a lot of work to do in implementing this and answering the questions of the council. Moving on, just mentioning again that we're waiting figures on our pavement condition index, sidewalk condition index, and all of that to to influence our decisions on where we make our investments. We're going to continue our targeted sidewalk improvements with a focus on equity and damage caused by city-owned street trees. Did I get ahead? I skipped over snow control, but we certainly will be doing snow control in 2023 as we do in all years past. I talked a little bit about the sidewalks and what we do there. I will mention one of the areas where we haven't had as much success this year as we would have liked is with our sidewalk participation program. That's where we work with individual homeowners on a 50-50 program for sidewalk repairs. What we've found is that we've always targeted those investments to CDBG eligible areas. So you have to be eligible for CDBG funding in order to be a potential participant in the program. We're finding that even, with a 50-50 match, that a lot of residents aren't able to come up with their portion of the match in those areas. So that's where we will continue to target our investments when we do make full repairs. But traffic signals, this has been, again, a major focus and will be a major focus in with our 2023 budget request. We coordinate with engineering, with private consultants and others on our traffic signal network. It is not a perfect network. It's varying technologies. Some of our traffic signals still use older radio technologies, et cetera. We're working with Andrew and his team and others to come up with a kind of a modernization plan that's based on Smart Cities' approach to traffic network management. A lot of communities our size are going to have a traffic management division with a really high-tech way of going about managing the traffic signal network. We're working our way towards that with some very targeted investments and some studies of the system. Again, work with Parks and Rec on all things urban forestry. And to note that one of our goals for next year is to actually have a certified arborist on staff at the street department. For traffic signs, we've always had an identification system. We're adding that into our asset management system and making sure we're always in compliance with MUTCD when it comes to that. Always coordinating with engineering on almost anything we're doing with Title 15 projects and updates. And then, again, with pavement markings, you'll see a pretty significant increase in our request here just due to known cost increases that we incurred this year. Street sweeping, this is another big topic that we're possibly going to make some major changes in 2023. Right now, we're trying to get to every one of our city-maintained streets at least once a year, the downtown twice, but as you've heard throughout this week, we've partnered with CBU on a consultant-led study to help better inform us of where street sweeping should live and what that type of program should be for a community of our, with our features and characteristics with the MS4, et cetera. So more to come there. Alley repairs, we made some really good investments a couple years ago with the alley repairs on the north side of the square and on the northeast side of the square. What we've found in the last 2 times we've put alley projects out to bid is that the bids are coming in over 50% higher than the engineer estimates. So we have not been able to award in last year or the bids we just got the other day, the alley improvements that we've been targeting. They've been coming in 50% high, and we just simply can't afford those. We're looking at trying to do some in-house investments there towards the end of the paving season, but this has been an area we've struggled to get competitive bids for. Example, for this last time, we had bids out for the block west of the square, the block where One City Center, Taco Bell, Kilroy Sports Bar is, to resurface those, and then an alternate to do the block behind Nick's, Village Deli, et cetera. And it was nowhere close to engineer estimates. One bid, too, so that's a problem. It's tight working areas. It's difficult to get it right up to the buildings. There's some challenges, but we need to figure out a way to make these investments. Street lighting, I'm not going to talk more about LEDs. We've done that a lot. All right, this is where it gets into the dollars and cents of all of the different funds that make up the funding of the street department, and we do have some changes from years past utilizing some ARPA funds and some LRS funds in ways that we have not in the past, so I'm going to try to be as specific as I can here. Overall, for the MVH 451 and 456 funds, that's where gas taxes are the revenue source. Those have been fluctuating over the last couple years. We're asking for about $500,000 less in MVH for next year, whereas we're asking for less, but also seeing increased costs in Category 2, decreases in Category 3 to make up for the difference there, where we're now going to look at some of our capital funds that are normally, or some of our investments that are normally in Category 3 from MVH, and moving those to ARPA 176 funding. With our MVH capital requests here, we are asking for a little bit more money to go for a larger match from NDOT next year. That's about $60,000. Moving on to the local road and street LRS 450 fund. So this is where we're, it's a pretty major increase year to year. We have a healthy cash balance here. And instead of funding some of the capital things we would normally do through MVH, the first fund we just talked about, we're moving those over to the LRS because of the healthier balances here. I know this is a lot to follow. It's kind of difficult, but we'll try to get through it all. So here's where you're going to see that major increase in capital for LRS, the $712,000, moving vehicle replacement purchases from MVH to LRS because of those cash balances. CCD 601 and 600. This is the CUME Capital Development and CUME Cap, what's I stand for? CUME Cap Development, CUME Cap Improvement. Thank you, Nate. And so this is about a $250,000 increase here. We're, like I talked about, some of those traffic signal improvement projects we're doing. This is in Category 2 where we see an increase there beyond what we spent last year. That's a $20,000 increase. Category 3, not much of an increase there. And again, in Category 4 here for CCD, we're including some additional fundings for the match programs through NDOT's Community Crossing, but also probably about $75,000 or $80,000 increase to our pavement marking contract that we've been seeing. On to the ARPA funding, 176. This is, and Jeff, jump in if I screw this up. You'll recall in the last year or so, with the MVH reductions from the gas taxes that we were receiving, we had to supplement that with ARPA. We're going to continue that with even a slightly higher amount this next year. That's moving some employee expenses out of MVH where the cash balances aren't as strong as they need to be. Some supply increases. This is fuel, oil, all the things that go into the supply increases. Major increase in Category 3 here. For the 2023 as well. And then decreasing the capital outlay in this fund to where we switched it over to LRS. So I know that seems like a lot of this, but it's because it was. Overall, here's your division breakdown by fund, including ARPA, local road and street, motor vehicle highway, MVH restricted, CUME Cap improvement, CUME Cap development, and a total overall budget request of just under $10 million for the entire operations of the street department, or street division as of the Public Works Department. Again, this is your year-to-date, about overall $828,000 increase here for street department. And just to wrap it up, again, the budget proposal for 2023 includes eliminating the curbside vacuuming service for leafs and looking at possibly moving street sweeping out of the street division to CBU as well. When we talk about the elimination of that leafing service, some of the question I expect to get, and we'll just try to answer right now, is, well, what would you do during that time that you'd normally be doing when you're out vacuuming leaves? We'll be able to extend our paving season. We'll be able to extend our concrete season. We'll be able to do a lot of the things that we're not able to really get to right now that we'd like to, whether that's some lane stripings in-house or more crosswalk applying in-house, putting down crosswalks in-house. So there's plenty we can do during that time period that we'd normally be leafing to improve our overall productivity at the street department. So let's go to questions. And thank you for your patience this evening. Again, it's always an honor to be in front of you, Council. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wason. Are there questions on the street division budget? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you.
I thought I was going to get away with no questions.
Couldn't let that go. No, first, just some kudos on some of the trip hazard work that's been done over the past few years. I've noticed that around town, and it's really, really great to see. I was curious about the certified arborist on staff within the Streets Division. Would that be a new position or a different position you're trying to replace potentially, or develop certification for existing staff?
Develop certification opportunities for existing staff.
Okay.
Yep. So it wouldn't be a new position, but just trying to offer, whether it's training programs, whatnot, to be able to offset any costs or whatnot to have someone on staff become a certified arborist. We often are consulting with the urban forester through Parks and Rec on specific arborist type questions. Our team is super knowledgeable about trees and everything else, but we just wanted to go that one step further and actually have a certification.
Great, thank you.
Other questions about street division? I think I had one or two, or maybe, no, they were actually answered. Good job.
Thank you.
So no other questions from council members? No? All right, well, we'll go to the public then. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on the street division budget? If you're on Zoom and would like to comment, please use the raise hand function, or if that's not working, you can send a chat to the meeting host, a chat message. I believe *9 is the way to raise your hand if you're using a phone for Zoom. And we have somebody here at the podium. State your name and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Greg Alexander. I'd hope for such a large change in street division. They're an important part of the city for transportation, but they're about the farthest from the transportation plan. It's really just like Director Wason said. They're in charge of maintaining all of the past mistakes made in other departments decades ago. I'm disappointed by the status quo bias, but I really get it. When I say that car-first infrastructure is unsustainable, that word really means something. They're being asked to do an immense task. If you were in the shoes of someone maintaining such an overextended network, you would change slowly too. I just want to see everything happening faster. I got to say there are signs that sidewalk maintenance is improving. They effectively cleared the Rogers Street Bridge twice this summer, which is twice as many times as last summer. And they also cleared the part of the Adams Street Bridge twice, not the whole thing, but part of it. But that's never been cleared by public works staff, as far as I know. So it's a big deal to me, and I thank you, but it is still fantastically insufficient to the scale of sidewalk vegetation in this city. Nearly every single traffic light in the city is still misconfigured for pedestrians. There's still a significant car-first bias in routine maintenance. And when routine maintenance does touch sidewalks, they typically entrench past mistakes instead of making an improvement. I'm still so sad to see brand new concrete and there's vegetation blocking the sidewalk. I don't know what's productive on my end. I just wanted to say I have seen an improvement in sidewalk clearing, and that's a big deal. And there's still so much more to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Attorney Kulak, do we have anybody on Zoom?
At this point, there are no hands raised, and if anyone doesn't know how to raise their hand, if they're on their Zoom application, it's under the reactions button.
Okay, we'll wait just another moment. All right, seeing no...
I'm sorry, one hand just went up.
Oh, very good.
I will ask them to unmute.
Good evening again, council members. This is Joseph Winia. I just wanted to take the opportunity to express my gratitude for the proposed plan of eliminating the city leafing vacuum system and moving to on-site composting and mulching. I am a huge supporter of that program and participated intensively during the pilot last year, and I'm excited to see it potentially move forward. So thank you to Director Wason and Public Works for pursuing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wynia. Anybody else on Zoom?
Not at this time.
All right, well, then we'll come back to council members for any final comments on the street division budget proposal. Councilmember Flaherty.
A follow-up question, actually, for Mr. Wason. I know you spoke to this at some level, but, and it's been a conversation over the last few years because it's been within the budget goals about the overall traffic signal updating process and the plans, to deal with that. Mr. Alexander's comment reminded me of just how true that is, that we've got just everywhere in the city, pedestrian timing that is not right, really, with respect to what it should be in line with our values. So I know the technology has been a big barrier on that front. Could you kind of summarize for me again or clarify if we've done that comprehensive assessment and what the timeline is for implementing changes?
We just approved the contract for that inspection service, and so rough timeline on that contract. They're starting the process in the next 10 days. Hopefully a report by the end of the year? Yes. Hopefully a report by the end of the year.
And so this year's the study, and then we'll be able to lay a roadmap for how long?
Yes, it's a huge priority of the mayor. I can promise you I get the texts and phone calls every time 7th Street's out of whack, and certainly something I'm working very closely with Andrew Seabour and his team on. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Wason, for the 18 presentations tonight. Always a joy. I think I'm just kind of finished, and so I will follow up with some questions via email. That was a lot of numbers, and all I could really see was, it's 11:17. So I want to do that, and just to mention, I know I emailed you about it, but the no turn on red in the city code now, so want to be sure that's in the budget for the next year, because I think we passed it, not this year, but a previous one. Thank you.
Anybody else among my colleagues would like to make a comment? Councilmember Volin.
I'm taking it that this is our opportunity to comment on the budget as a whole, as well as the street budget. Is that correct?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Not much to say. I am perfectly fine with the street department budget. Always admire the work that they do. Although I agree with Councilmember Flaherty that, with the public member of the public who stated that, we need to be thinking about the carbon footprint that the street network we have represents, but that's not a reflection of the department. In general, I just wanted to thank the Controller's Office particularly for the tables that show departmental budgets by fund. I think that was an important innovation in the budget book this year. In general, I find the budget book to be improving every year, getting clearer. I also very much appreciated the addition of 3 prior years of actual figures. We were able to see patterns that members asked about during various budgets tonight. And so as far as the presentation goes, the fact that tonight went late isn't a reflection of any department's long presentation. It's more of a failure of the council to stay on schedule or to enforce time limits, which is something we should talk about in the future meeting. But overall, I appreciate the direction that the budget is going, even though I have objections about certain aspects of it. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, just a brief follow-up point. There was an NPR story about a week ago about Hoboken, New Jersey, and how they've had 0 traffic deaths in 4 years. And the article talked about how traffic deaths, especially among pedestrians and bicyclists, have been up over the last decade, 40,000 traffic deaths last year. They were talking to the transportation manager, the planning manager, about what they've done, and it was a lot of things that we're doing, things, like putting delineator posts or plastic bollards to shorten cross distances, right, of busy roads and things like that. And there are several things that we're doing that they're doing, and that's great. And I think we do take a proactive approach on improving the safety and design via design of our streets. I think there's other steps we can take, of course, too. But a major emphasis actually in that article was leading pedestrian intervals at intersections. So that's something that like our signals will enable. You allow the pedestrian a 2 or 3 second head start. They're able to walk into the intersection, and you're much less likely to have a driver turning right, for instance, and not looking and sort of clipping or side swiping a pedestrian. We do still have pedestrian deaths on our streets. We've had several in the last number of years at busy intersections. It's really, really tragic. And this is a way to help prevent that. And so I know there are barriers still to the technology and advancing that. I just wanted to mention that it's still a really high priority for me as well. And to the extent that with the existing technology, even if it requires going in person to configure the signal, if we can devote more time or make sure that's high priority to implement leading pedestrian signals wherever possible right now, I would advocate for that. So just wanted to follow up on that particular point. And thank you again for your comments on that, Mr. Wason, and all your presentations this evening.
All right, any other council members care to comment? I will just say thank you very much, Mr. Wason, for your concise presentations this evening. I actually didn't know that they were time limited. I never got a schedule of that, so in my book, you're doing just fine. As far as the street division budget proposal, I'm very pleased to see that 2023 will not see any money spent on collecting leaves curbside. I've advocated for several years that we stop doing that because it is such a carbon-intensive thing to do when there are pretty easy alternatives on site. It's just a matter of education and outreach, and I'm sure that your department as well as the mayor's office will work on that outreach when the time comes in the fall of '23. So I'm very pleased to see that. And I think that's all I'm going to say for now. So Chief Deputy Clerk, if you could call the roll on the street division.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Rosenberger,
Pass.
Bolin,
Yes.
Scambolery,
Yes.
Sandberg,
Pass.
Flaherty,
Yes.
and Smith.
Pass.
All right. That vote is 403, and that concludes our week of budget hearings. Special thank you to Mr. Jeff Underwood, our esteemed city controller, for all the work that's gone into this.
Here, here.
Yeah, have a good night, everyone.